The first time I noticed the revolving doors had moved, I blamed my own exhaustion. Working the graveyard shift as a university repositor meant my world had become a twilight existence of empty hallways, humming fluorescents, and the constant whisper of my sneakers against polished linoleum. The Hartley Memorial Library closed at midnight, and by 12:30 a.m. I was the only living soul wandering its 7 floors, reshelving returns and maintaining the illusion of order for the next day's chaos. The revolving doors stood in the main foyer like sentinels, for massive brass and glass cylinders that had welcomed students and faculty for over 60 years. During the day they spun constantly a mechanical ballet of coming and going, but at night they stood motionless, catching fragments of street light from the plaza beyond and reflecting them in distorted patterns across the marble floor. I'd been making my rounds for 3 months when it started, floor by floor, section by section, the same route every night, reference periodicals, stacks, special collections, then back down, always ending in the foyer before heading to the break room for my sandwich and lukewarm coffee. The routine was meditative, almost hypnotic in its predictability, but that Tuesday night in October something was different. The revolving doors had shifted, not dramatically, maybe 3 in clockwise from where they'd been during my previous pass. An hour earlier I stood there staring, my book cart creaking softly as it settled. The more I looked, the more certain I became. The brass handles, worn smooth by decades of hands, were definitely in a different position. I approached cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The doors were perfectly still locked in their new configuration. No wind could have moved them. The building was sealed tight and, besides, they were heavy things requiring deliberate force to budge. I pressed my palm against the cool glass and gave an experimental push. The mechanism resisted, then yielded with a low groan that seemed to reverberate through the entire structure. Maintenance issue. I told myself old building settling, foundation whatever, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from within those curved chambers. The next night I paid closer attention during my first round. At 1 a.m. I stopped and noted the exact position of each door, memorizing the alignment of handles and the way the interior partitions caught the light. When I returned at 2:15, they had moved again, this time counterclockwise, as if something had passed through from the inside. I checked the security footage the following morning before clocking out. The cameras covered every entrance, every corner of the foyer. I scrolled through the hours between my observations, watching the timestamp advance in the corner of the screen. The doors remained motionless for 53 minutes. Then, at 2:03 a.m., they moved, all 4 of them simultaneously, a single revolution, smooth and synchronized, as if operated by some invisible collective force. The cameras captured it with clinical precision. No explanation, no visible cause, just movement where there should have been stillness. I rewound and watched again and again. Each viewing made it more surreal, more impossible. There was no wind, no earthquake, no external force that could account for what I was seeing. The doors simply decided to move. That's when I started carrying the Polaroid camera. My supervisor, Janet, barely looked up when I requested access to maintenance supplies. She was used to my odd requests. The job attracted a certain type of person, those comfortable with solitude and strange hours. I signed out heavy-duty chains, industrial padlocks, and a digital camera with night vision capability. If something was moving those doors, I was going to stop it and document the attempt. The installation took most of my shift. I wrapped the chains around each door mechanism, threading them through the brass framework and securing them with locks that would require bolt cutters to remove. The metal links were thick enough to restrain a vehicle, cold and unforgiving in my hands. When I finished, the doors looked like mechanical prisoners, bound and helpless. I positioned the digital camera on a tripod aimed directly at the installation. If whatever was moving the doors tried again, I have proof clear, undeniable evidence of something that defied rational explanation. The rest of my shift passed without incident. The chains held firm, the doors remained motionless, and I began to feel foolish for my elaborate preparations. Perhaps the movement had been my imagination after all, a trick of tired eyes and an overworked mind. The night shift could play havoc with perception. I'd learned that much in my 3 months of wandering empty buildings. I drove home as dawn painted the sky in shades of amber and rose feeling lighter than I had in weeks. The mystery was solved, the doors secured, whatever phenomenon I'd imagined was over, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay in my studio apartment, blackout curtains drawn against the morning sun, listening to the muffled sounds of the waking world beyond my walls. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those revolving doors spinning in perfect unison, their brass handles catching light that shouldn't have been there. The memory felt too vivid, too precise to be imagination, yet too impossible to be real. Around noon, exhaustion finally claimed me. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep that lasted until evening. The phone woke me at 6 p.m. Janet's voice was tense, professional. "We need you to come in early tonight. There's been an incident at the library." I drove through the campus in a haze of anxiety and caffeine, my mind racing through possibilities: vandalism, break-in, accident. Anything seemed preferable to the explanation that was forming in the back of my consciousness like a tumor. The library looked normal from the outside. Students moved along the pathways, heading to dinner or evening classes. The building stood solid and imposing against the darkening sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Everything exactly as it should be, until I entered the foyer. The chains lay in twisted heaps around the base of each revolving door. The metal links stretched and deformed as if they'd been pulled apart by incredible force. The padlocks had burst open, their mechanisms shattered beyond repair. Fragments of brass and steel littered the marble floor like metallic confetti. But the doors themselves were pristine. Not a scratch on the glass, not a dent in the framework. They stood in their original positions, handles aligned exactly as they'd been before my intervention, as if the chains had never existed. Janet stood beside the wreckage, clipboard in hand. Her expression unreadable. "Any idea what might have caused this?" she asked. I stared at the twisted metal, my mouth dry. The chains I'd installed were rated to restrain a 2-ton load. Whatever had broken them possessed strength beyond anything human. "No," I managed. "No idea." She made a note on her clipboard. "Building maintenance will clean this up tomorrow. Insurance will cover the damaged equipment. Just try to avoid any more experimental security measures." "Okay," I nodded, not trusting my voice. That night I abandoned my usual routine. Instead of making rounds, I stationed myself in the foyer with a thermos of coffee and a notebook, determined to witness whatever was happening. The digital camera had been returned to maintenance. Apparently it had malfunctioned, recording only static during the crucial hours. The building settled into its nighttime rhythm. Around me, heating systems cycled on and off, pipes ticked and groaned in the walls, fluorescent bulbs hummed their electrical lullabies, normal sounds of a normal building. Nothing supernatural or threatening, except for the feeling of being watched. It started as a prickle between my shoulder blades, the sensation of unseen eyes tracking my every movement. I'd felt it before during my solitary shifts, but never this intensely. The foyer seemed to pulse with hidden presence, as if the air itself was alive and aware. I tried to focus on my notebook, documenting every detail of the evening temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, anything that might correlate with the phenomenon. But my attention kept drifting to the revolving doors, standing silent and imposing in the indirect lighting. At 2:17 a.m. I heard the first sound, a whisper of movement barely audible above the building's ambient noise. I looked up from my notes to see one of the doors rotating slowly, almost tentatively, like a finger testing the temperature of bathwater. The movement was impossibly smooth, without the mechanical resistance I'd felt during my own attempts to turn them. My pen slipped from nerveless fingers, clattering against a marble floor with a sound like breaking bones. The door stopped for a moment that stretched into eternity. Nothing moved. The silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat, a frantic drumming that seemed to echo through the vast space. Then, slowly, deliberately, the door began to turn again. This time I saw what was inside the curved chamber wasn't empty. Something occupied that narrow space, something that moved with the revolution of the door but maintained its own terrible orientation. I caught glimpses, a pale shape that might have been fabric, a suggestion of limbs that bent in ways human joints shouldn't allow. A face that was almost familiar, yet wrong in every conceivable way. And it was looking at me. The recognition hit like ice water in my veins. The face belonged to Robert Morrison, the repositor who worked this shift before me, the one who'd supposedly transferred to another university, leaving behind only a brief note about family obligations and a better opportunity elsewhere. but Robert was moving inside that revolving door. His body contorted to fit the curved space, his eyes reflecting the foyer's lighting like mirrors. His mouth was open in what might have been a scream or a greeting, and his hands pressed against the glass from within, leaving no prints, no evidence of contact. Jesus Christ, I whispered, the words echoing in the empty space. The door stopped again. All 4 doors stopped, as if my voice had broken some spell or triggered some response. The silence that followed was absolute, pregnant with possibility and threat. Then they all began to move, for doors, for chambers, for occupants. I recognized them all, repositors from years past, night shift workers who'd vanished into administrative explanations and forwarded mail. They revolved slowly, trapped in their curved prisons. Their faces pressed against the glass like specimens in some vast, terrible collection, and they were all looking at me. I ran through the empty hallways past darkened offices and sleeping computers, my footsteps echoing like gunshots. In the stillness, behind me, I could hear the doors spinning faster now, their mechanical groaning rising to a shriek of tortured metal and glass. The sound followed me up the stairwells, through the stacks, into the furthest corners of the building, where I huddled among the philosophy texts and tried to convince myself I was losing my mind, because that would be better. Insanity would be preferable to the alternative. I called in sick for the next 3 nights, claiming a stomach virus that Janet accepted without question. But I couldn't stay away forever. The job was all I had. The only thing keeping me anchored to the normal world of paychecks and health insurance and human contact. When I finally returned, the foyer looked exactly as it always had. The revolving doors stood in their familiar configuration, brass handles gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Maintenance had cleaned up the chain fragments and new locks had been installed on the building's conventional entrances. Everything was normal except for the additional camera in the corner, its red recording light blinking steadily in the shadows, and the revised duty roster on Janet's desk showing my name crossed out and replaced with someone else's. A new hire named David Chen, starting Monday night. I wanted to warn him. Part of me still wants to warn him, but who would believe such a story? And what if I'm wrong? What if the stress of the night shift had finally caught up with me, creating elaborate hallucinations from perfectly ordinary mechanical failures? The uncertainty is its own kind of horror. I work days now in the reference department, helping students find sources for their research papers. It's mundane work, but I'm grateful for the sunlight and human voices. Sometimes I see David Chen arriving as I leave, young and eager, carrying the same confident ignorance I possessed 3 months earlier. I want to stop him to grab his shoulders and tell him to run, but the words stick in my throat, trapped by the possibility that I'm a madman projecting his delusions onto an innocent situation. Instead, I watch the security monitors when I think no one is looking. The cameras still record the foyer, still capture the revolving doors in their endless stillness. Everything appears normal during the day, students and faculty passing through the doors spinning, naturally under human power. But late at night, in the hours between 2 and 3 a.m., the red recording light blinks out. Static fills the screen for exactly 47 minutes. When the feed returns, the doors are always in different positions, and sometimes, if I enhance the contrast and adjust the brightness, I can see faces in the glass, pale familiar faces that watch the camera with patient, hungry eyes. Last week I recognized a new addition to the collection. David Chen lasted exactly 2 months. The administrative explanation was family emergency. His grandmother in San Francisco needed care and he'd found work closer to home very sudden. But these things happen. His replacement starts Monday. A nice young woman named Sarah Martinez. I drafted a dozen emails trying to find words that wouldn't sound insane. How do you explain that the revolving doors in the library foyer are collecting night shift workers, trapping them in endless rotation, while the world forgets they ever existed? How do you convince someone that a building is feeding on solitude and desperation, using the isolation of the graveyard shift to harvest human souls? You don't. You can't. So I deleted the emails and made my decision. Tonight I'm going back to the foyer not to warn Sarah Martinez. She wouldn't listen, just as I wouldn't have listened 3 months ago. Not to solve the mystery or document the phenomenon for some imaginary authority that might care. I'm going back because I understand. Now the revolving doors aren't trapping anyone. They're saving us, giving us purpose, eternal employment in a place where the work never ends and the loneliness finally makes sense. The night shift workers weren't taken against their will. They chose to stay, to become part of something larger than their individual fears and failures, to find community in the most unexpected place. Even if that community exists in the space between reality and madness, I can still feel them watching me, Robert and David and all the others waiting patiently for me to join them in their endless rounds. The work is the same, moving through space, maintaining order, serving a purpose greater than personal comfort, and the hours are so much better. No more struggling to sleep during the day, no more explaining my schedule to a world that doesn't understand just the peaceful rotation of eternity, round and round with colleagues who finally comprehend the true nature of our calling. Sarah Martinez will figure it out eventually, or she won't, and she'll move on to some other job, some other life, never knowing how close she came to transcendence. But I'm tired of pretending to be normal, tired of fighting the pull I felt since that first night when the doors moved and something inside them recognized something inside me. The revolving doors are waiting, and this time I'm going to let them take me home. Story 2. The creased stained clock above the grill read 3:17 a.m. when the bell above the door chimed its tired, metallic note. I'd been working the midnight shift at Mel's roadside diner for 8 months, long enough to recognize the heavy footsteps of truckers fighting sleep, the shuffle of insomniacs seeking coffee and conversation. But this sound was different, a wet, sliding motion across linoleum, like someone dragging themselves through shallow water. The fluorescent lights hummed their constant electrical prayer above me as I looked up from the coffee pot I'd been scrubbing. Steam rose from the industrial sink, creating small clouds that dissipated against the ceiling tiles. The familiar sounds of the highway beyond the distant hum of 18-wheelers and the occasional car racing towards some urgent destination seemed muffled tonight, as if the world outside had wrapped itself in cotton. He stood just inside the doorway and I felt the temperature drop several degrees. Not the gradual chill of open doors in October, but an immediate bone-deep cold that made my breath visible in small puffs. Water dripped from his jacket onto the checkered floor in steady, rhythmic drops that echoed through the empty diner like a metronome counting down to something I couldn't name. His appearance defied explanation. The man looked like he'd stepped from a photograph taken underwater. Every surface of his clothing, his skin, his hair, carried a sheen of moisture that caught the harsh diner lighting and threw it back in strange prismatic patterns. Droplets clung to his stubbled cheeks and gathered at the tips of his fingers before falling to join the growing puddle at his feet. The air around him shimmered with an almost visible cold, like heat waves. In reverse, I grabbed a towel from behind the counter, more for something to do with my hands than from any real need to clean. The cotton felt rough and inadequate against my suddenly damp palms. When I looked up again, he had moved to the counter without my hearing his approach. No footsteps, no wood sliding sounds, just the continued dripping that now seemed to come from everywhere. At once, his eyes held the dull gray of old ice, and when he spoke, his voice carried the hollow quality of words spoken into a deep well. He wanted a sandwich, he said. Cold as before, the words seemed to hang in the air longer than they should have, and I found myself nodding before I fully processed the request. Cold as before, but I'd never seen this man in my life. My hands moved automatically toward the sandwich station, muscle memory taking over when conscious thought faltered. The sliced turkey felt strange beneath my fingers, somehow too soft, too yielding. The lettuce crackled with an unusual sharpness. When I separated the leaves and the tomatoes released more juice than seemed possible. Thin red liquid that reminded me uncomfortably of something I couldn't quite place. I reached for the sandwich press, thinking to at least warm the bread. When the first electrical problem occurred. The moment my hand touched the metal surface, every light in the diner flickered once. Twice, then died completely. Emergency lighting kicked in, immediately bathing everything in a sickly green glow that made the wet stranger look even more otherworldly. The silence that followed was absolute. No hum of refrigerators, no buzz of fluorescent ballasts, no familiar electrical heartbeat that normally pulsed through the building. Even the sounds from outside seemed to have stopped, as if the power failure had somehow cut us off from the rest of the world. I stood frozen, one hand still resting on the now dead sandwich press, watching my breath form small clouds in the rapidly cooling air. When I turned back to ask if he minded a cold sandwich, the man was gone. Not gone as in departed, gone as in, absent from a space he had definitely occupied moments before. The puddle of water remained still growing, still dripping from an invisible source somewhere above. His voice, however, continued to speak, requesting again that the sandwich be cold as before. The words came from behind me, near the kitchen area, but when I spun around I saw only shadows cast by the emergency lights. My heart began its irregular stammering, the kind of rapid, shallow beating that comes with genuine fear. I told myself this was exhaustion, the natural paranoia that comes with too many late shifts and too much coffee. The mind plays tricks in the small hours, creates voices and movements where none exist. I'd heard other night workers talk about it, the way darkness and solitude could manufacture entire conversations. Whole phantom customers who vanish the moment you look directly at them. But the voice came again, and this time I heard something that made my skin contract with cold. That had nothing to do with the broken heating system. The request for a cold sandwich emerged from two places simultaneously, once from somewhere near the grill and once from inside the walk-in freezer. The second voice was identical to the first but carried a slight delay, like an echo, or like someone standing inside a metal box trying to repeat words they could barely hear. I approached the freezer with steps that felt lean and unnatural. The handle was slick, with condensation that shouldn't have formed so quickly, and when I pulled the heavy door open, Arctic air poured out with an intensity that suggested the temperature inside had dropped far below its normal range. Shelves lined with wrapped meats and vegetables stretched into darkness that the emergency lighting couldn't penetrate, and from somewhere in that black depth came the voice again requesting a sandwich, cold as before. My hand found the light switch inside the freezer, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The electrical failure had been complete and I was left peering into a refrigerated cave where my breath formed increasingly thick clouds and the voice continued its patient, impossible repetition. I backed away and let the door swing shut with a heavy thud that seemed to echo longer than physics would allow. Returning to the sandwich station, I worked by the pale green emergency lighting, assembling bread and meat and vegetables with hands that trembled more from fear than from cold. Every few minutes the voice would speak again, sometimes from the counter area where the man had stood. Sometimes from the freezer, sometimes from corners of the diner where the shadows gathered thickest. Each time I requested the same thing with the same impossible patience, and each time I found myself nodding and continuing my work as if this were the most natural thing in the world. The sandwich took shape slowly. Turkey, lettuce, tomato, cheese, ingredients that looked normal under the harsh white lights now appeared strange and slightly wrong. In the green glow, the turkey had a grayish tint that made me think of morgues and medical examinations. The lettuce rustled with a sound like whispers. The tomatoes leaked their thin red juice in patterns that suggested writing in a language I couldn't read. As I worked, I became aware of something watching me, not the man. He remained gone in his impossible way, present only as a voice in a growing puddle of impossibly cold water. This was something else, a presence that seemed to emanate from the freezer itself, as if whatever was speaking from inside that metal box was also somehow aware of everything happening in the main dining area. The feeling of observation grew stronger as I added the final ingredients to the sandwich. My movements became self-conscious and clumsy, like a person suddenly aware they're being photographed. I found myself glancing repeatedly at the freezer door, expecting to see it standing open, expecting to see eyes watching from the darkness beyond. But the door remained closed and the voice continued its periodic requests and the water continued its steady dripping from an invisible source. When the sandwich was complete, I set it on a plate and turned toward where the man had been standing. The water puddle had grown significantly, spreading across several feet of floor, in defiance of the slight slope that should have directed it toward the drains. The liquid was perfectly clear but somehow gave the impression of great depth, as if I were looking down into a well or a very deep pond rather than at a shallow spill on linoleum. I called out that the sandwich was ready, my voice sounding strange and hollow. In the empty diner. The words seemed to be absorbed by the walls and furniture, creating no echo, no natural reverberation. The voice answered from the freezer, thanking me and asking me to leave the sandwich on the counter cold as before. As I set the plate down, I noticed that the sandwich had already begun to accumulate the same moisture that had covered the mysterious customer droplets formed on the bread, the meat, the vegetables, as if the food were slowly returning to some primordial underwater state. The plate beneath grew slick and the moisture began its familiar dripping onto the counter, then to the floor, joining the ever-expanding puddle. Minutes passed. The voice spoke occasionally from the freezer. Always the same polite thanks, always the same request, that the sandwich remain cold as before. I found myself standing motionless behind the counter watching the sandwich accumulate more and more moisture, watching the puddle grow, listening to the steady dripping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The emergency lighting began to flicker, casting everything in alternating periods of green illumination and absolute darkness. During the dark moments, the voice from the freezer grew clearer, more distinct, as if darkness somehow improved its ability to travel from wherever it originated. In these moments of blindness, I could swear. I heard other sounds, the whisper of wet clothing, the soft splash of footsteps through shallow water, the creak of the freezer, door opening and closing. But when the lights returned, I was always alone with the untouched sandwich and the ever-growing puddle that now covered nearly a quarter of the dining area floor. I tried to convince myself this was hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. Night shift workers are prone to such episodes. I'd read about it in a magazine article. While waiting for a dentist appointment, the mind, deprived of normal social interaction and natural light cycles, begins to manufacture experiences to fill the void. Voices, movements, entire conversations that exist only in the sleep-deprived brain, desperate attempt to create stimulation. But the water was real. I could feel it. Soaking through my shoes, could smell its strange mineral scent that reminded me of deep caves and underground rivers. When I knelt to touch it, my fingers came away wet and impossibly cold, cold enough to make my joints ache. Immediately upon contact, the voice spoke again, closer now, as if its source had moved from the freezer to somewhere just behind the counter where I stood. I spun around but saw only shadows and the gleaming surfaces of kitchen equipment. The words were the same, a polite request for the sandwich to remain cold as before, but carried an emergency, as if time were running short for something important. I looked at the sandwich again and saw that it had changed. The moisture had transformed into a thin layer of ice that covered every surface, making the food look preserved. Mummified steam rose from the ice, and possible steam that suggested temperatures far below anything the broken air conditioning could achieve. The plate had become so cold that condensation formed and immediately froze on its surface, creating patterns that looked almost like writing. The voice thanked me one final time, and I heard the unmistakable sound of the front door opening and closing. But when I looked toward the entrance, no one was there and the door remained motionless. The bell above it had not rung. The puddle of water, however, began to recede, flowing backward toward the door in a stream that defied gravity and common sense. As the water retreated, it left behind a perfectly dry floor and the lingering scent of winter air and deep earth. The ice on the sandwich melted instantly, leaving behind food that looked normal in every way, except for a lingering coldness that I could feel radiating from several feet away. The emergency lights flickered once more and then went out entirely, plunging the diner into complete darkness. In that blackness, I heard my own breathing, my own heartbeat, and nothing else. No voice from the freezer, no dripping water, no electrical humming, just silence, so complete it felt like being underwater. When the main power returned, 30 seconds later, flooding the diner with harsh fluorescent light, everything appeared normal. The sandwich sat on its plate, looking like any other late-night order. The floor was dry, the freezer hummed with its usual mechanical contentment. The clock above the grill read 3:42 a.m., meaning the entire experience had lasted only 25 minutes. I threw the sandwich away. Without tasting it, though, part of me wondered what cold, as before, might actually mean. The plate went into the dishwasher, the counter got a thorough cleaning, and I spent the remaining hours of my shift trying to convince myself that exhaustion and too much caffeine had created an elaborate waking dream. But two things stayed with me as the sun rose and the morning shift arrived to take over. First, when I opened the freezer to check inventory, I found footprints in the frost on the floor, wet prints that looked like they'd been made by someone standing inside the metal box, looking out at the door, waiting patiently for something that might never come. Second, and more disturbing, was the realization that I had never actually seen the man leave. The voice had thanked me. The door had seemed to open and close, but I had no memory of watching him walk away. He had simply ceased to be present, like a light being turned off, leaving behind only questions and the lingering certainty that something fundamentally wrong had occurred in those 25 minutes of darkness and cold. I requested a transfer to day shift the following week, citing health concerns related to working nights. My supervisor approved it without question, mentioning that several other overnight employees had made similar requests in recent months. When I asked why, She simply shrugged and said that some people aren't cut out for the midnight hours, that the isolation can play tricks on your mind, make you see and hear things that aren't really there. But I still drive past Mel's, sometimes on my way home from my new job, usually around 3:20 a.m., when the roads are empty and the world feels thin and uncertain. The diner is always lit, always open, always waiting for the next customer who might need something cold as before. And though I never stop, never look too closely at the windows, I sometimes think I see a figure standing just inside the door, motionless and patient, surrounded by a cloud of impossible moisture that catches the light and throws it back in patterns too strange to name. I tell myself it's just another night worker. Someone like I used to be, fighting sleep and boredom in the small hours when reality becomes negotiable and the ordinary world reveals its hidden strengths. But deep down in places I try not to examine too closely, I know better. Some customers never really leave. They just wait, patient and cold, for someone to understand exactly what they mean when they ask for things to be the way they were before. Before warmth, before light, before the comfortable certainties that make us believe we know the difference between what's real and what's not. Story 3. The fluorescent lights above the bathroom mirrors hummed their familiar electrical dirge as I wheeled my cart through the casino's employee entrance at 2:47 a.m., for months into this graveyard shift, and the sound still felt like insects burrowing into my skull. The gaming floor behind me echoed with the dying gasps of another late night, slot machines spinning for the last desperate gamblers, chips clicking against felt tables, and the soft shuffle of security guards making their rounds. I'd grown to prefer these early morning hours. No customers meant, no interruptions, no fake smiles, no pretending. I didn't notice the stains. People left behind in their desperation, just me, my supplies, and the gradual transformation of chaos back into order. The men's restroom on the second floor was always my final stop. Something about that particular bathroom unsettled me in ways I couldn't articulate. Maybe it was how the mirrors seemed to retain shadows even after I'd scrubbed every surface clean, or how the air always felt heavier there, as if the room itself was holding its breath. Management had installed motion sensors 6 months ago, but they triggered sporadically, flooding the space with harsh white light. Even when I stood perfectly still tonight felt different from the moment I pushed through the heavy door. The familiar weight of humid air and industrial disinfectant greeted me, but underneath lurked something else, a metallic taste that settled on my tongue. Like old pennies, I flicked on the overhead lights, manually bypassing the temperamental sensors, and the room revealed itself in stark detail. 3 toilet stalls lined the far wall, their doors hanging slightly ajar like half-closed eyes. The bank of sinks stretched beneath an equally long mirror that reflected the fluorescent tubes above in harsh stuttering lines. Everything appeared normal, yet my reflection caught my attention immediately. I looked tired, more than tired. Haggard. Dark circles shadowed my eyes like bruises, and my usually steady hands trembled slightly as I arranged my cleaning supplies. When had I started looking so worn down? The face staring back at me seemed older, somehow as if the past few months had aged me years instead of weeks. But as I leaned closer to examine my reflection, something in the mirror shifted behind my own image. Where the toilet stall should have been clearly visible, I saw only darkness, not shadow, genuine, impenetrable black that seemed to absorb the light rather than simply lacking it. My rational mind immediately supplied explanations, a burned-out bulb creating an optical illusion. The angle of the mirrors playing tricks with perspective, fatigue. Distorting my perception, I turned to check the stalls directly. All 3 doors hung open as they should, revealing clean fixtures and walls lit by the same fluorescent glow that illuminated everything else. No darkness, no void. When I turned back to the mirror, the reflection showed exactly what it should. My face, the sinks in the bathroom behind me in perfect, normal detail. Fatigue, that had to be it. I'd been pulling too many double shifts, picking up extra hours to cover my mounting bills. The mind played tricks when, exhausted, manufactured mysteries where none existed. I began my routine, starting with the sinks. The familiar rhythm of cleaning usually calmed me. Spray, scrub, rinse, repeat. But tonight each motion felt observed, not by security cameras, which I'd grown accustomed to ignoring, but by something more immediate, more intimate. As I worked my way down the row of sinks, I found myself glancing repeatedly at the mirror, searching for whatever had triggered that initial unease. It was during my 3rd sink that I noticed them, handprints, dozens of them pressed against the mirror's surface from the inside, as if a crowd of people were trapped behind the glass and desperately trying to push through. The prints overlapped and crowded together, creating a chaotic mosaic of palms and fingers that surrounded my reflection like a grotesque frame. Some appeared small and delicate, others broad and powerful, but all pressed with an urgency that made my chest tighten. I dropped my cleaning rag and stumbled backward, my hip colliding painfully with the counter's edge. But when I blinked and looked again, the mirror showed only my own startled face, reflected against the bathroom's normal backdrop. No hands, no prints, nothing but polished glass and the harsh reality of fluorescent lighting. My heart hammered against my ribs as I forced myself to approach the mirror again up close. The surface appeared flawless. I ran my fingers across the glass, feeling for any imperfection that might explain what I'd seen: scratches, smudges, anything that could create the illusion of handprints. The mirror felt cold beneath my touch, almost shockingly so, as if it had been storing winter air instead of reflecting the heated bathroom. That's when I felt it, a touch light as breath against my left shoulder, fingers, definitely, fingers trailing across my shirt in a gesture that felt almost comforting, as if someone were trying to reassure me. I spun around so quickly that my vision blurred, scanning every corner of the bathroom empty, completely impossibly empty. I stood there for several minutes listening to my own ragged breathing and the fluorescent lights. Persistent hum. Logic, word with instinct. I knew what I'd felt, just as I knew what I'd seen. But the evidence of my senses made no rational sense. Stress, I told myself. Exhaustion, maybe I should request a few days off, give my mind time to reset. But even as I tried to rationalize the experience, I found myself drawn back to the mirror. This time I approached it sideways, hoping to catch whatever was causing these illusions off guard. As my reflection came into view, my blood turned to ice water. The handprints had returned, but now they were moving. Dozens of palms pressed and lifted against the glass in a rhythm that resembled panic breathing. Some hands clustered around my reflected face, while others spread across the mirror's surface like searching spiders. And in the center of this writhing mass of flesh, my own reflection stared back with eyes wide with terror. But the most disturbing detail wasn't the hands themselves. It was their positioning. They weren't random or chaotic. They were organized, deliberate, forming what looked almost like letters or symbols. As I watched, transfixed by horror and fascination, the hands began to align themselves more clearly. They were pointing. Every single hand, regardless of size or position, gradually turned and pointed toward the bathroom door. The gesture felt urgent, demanding, as if whatever force controlled those hands needed me to follow their direction. That's when the touching began in earnest. Cold fingers traced the back of my neck, sending shivers down my spine, despite the bathroom's warmth. Invisible hands tugged gently at my sleeves, pressed against my back, guided my steps with the persistence of a crowd trying to move me along. Each touch felt real, too real to dismiss as imagination or stress-induced hallucination. I could feel the texture of skin, the slight moisture of palms, even the subtle differences in pressure that distinguished one hand from another. But every time I whirled around to confront whatever was touching me, I found only empty air and the bathroom's unchanging fixtures. The disconnection between what I felt and what I saw began to unravel my composure. I started talking to myself, a nervous habit I developed as a child, hoping the sound of my own voice might anchor me to reality. "This isn't happening," I whispered, gripping the sink's edge until my knuckles went white. "This is stress, exhaustion, maybe some kind of chemical exposure from the cleaning supplies." But even as I spoke, the hands in the mirror grew more agitated. They pressed harder against the glass, leaving what looked like condensation marks that faded and reformed in endless cycles. Their pointing became more insistent, and I could swear I heard something not quite sound, but a vibration that seemed to bypass my ears and speak directly to my bones. "Follow us." The words didn't come from outside, but seemed to originate inside my own head, though I knew with absolute certainty that they weren't my thoughts. They carried weight and urgency, as if dozens of voices had spoken in perfect unison. I tried to leave, abandoning my cleaning cart. I stumbled toward the door, desperate to escape whatever was happening in that bathroom. But my legs felt heavy, as if I were walking through thick water, and the distance to the exit seemed to stretch impossibly. Each step required enormous effort, and invisible hands continued to guide and correct my path, ensuring I moved exactly where they wanted me to go. When I finally reached the door, my reflection in the nearby mirror stopped me cold. The hands behind the glass were no longer pointing toward the exit. They were pointing down the hallway toward the casino's older sections. Areas I'd been told were being renovated, off limits to staff, except for emergency situations. The touching intensified as I hesitated. Dozens of invisible fingers pressed against my arms, my back, my shoulders, applying just enough pressure to communicate their impatience without causing pain. The sensation was overwhelming, like being surrounded by an eager crowd all trying to lead me in the same direction. I found myself, following their guidance, moving down the hallway with steps that felt both voluntary and compelled. My rational mind screamed. Protests demanded that I return to the bathroom, finish my shift, and never speak of this experience to anyone. But a deeper part of me, some primitive instinct I'd never acknowledged before, recognized that resistance was futile. The hands knew where they wanted me to go, and they wouldn't rest until I arrived. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, lined with older mirrors that reflected my passage in an endless series of repetitions. But in each reflection, the hands appeared more clearly, more urgently, pointing me forward with gestures that borked no argument. They seemed to emerge from every reflective surface: windows, polished floor tiles, even the glass faces of old gambling machines that had been stored in the corridor. As I walked deeper into the casino's forgotten sections, my breathing grew shallow and rapid. The air felt different here, heavier and somehow older, as if it had been recycling through these halls for decades without renewal. The fluorescent lights flickered sporadically, creating a strobe effect that made my shadow dance and multiply across the walls behind me. I could hear the faint sound of my abandoned cleaning carts, wheels squeaking as if it were following me down the hall. But when I turned to look, the corridor stretched empty and silent in both directions, broken only by my own multiple reflections, staring back with expressions of growing terror. The hands in the mirrors had stopped pointing forward. Now they all pointed to a single door at the hallway's end, a door I was certain hadn't been there when I'd started this strange journey. It looked older than the casino's other entrances, crafted from dark wood instead of modern metal and glass. No nameplate or number marked its purpose, but something about its presence felt inevitable, as if it had been waiting specifically for me. As I approached, the touching grew gentler, almost encouraging. The invisible fingers that had guided me here now smoothed my hair, straightened my shirt, prepared me for whatever lay beyond the threshold in the door's dark wood. I could see my reflection one final time, but now the hands behind the glass weren't pointing at all. They were waving goodbye. I reached for the handle, my reflection mimicking the motion perfectly. But as my fingers made contact with the cold metal, I realized something that stopped my heart. In every mirror I'd passed, in every reflection that had shown me those desperate, pointing hands, my own reflection had been looking back at them with the same urgency, the same desperate need. The hands behind the glass weren't trying to escape. They were trying to keep me from joining them. The door opened beneath my touch, revealing only darkness beyond. As I stepped across the threshold, I heard the faint echo of my cleaning cart finally catching up, its squeaking wheels growing closer with each passing second. But I no longer cared about finishing my shift, returning to my normal life, or maintaining any pretense of rationality. Behind me, every mirror in the hallway began to fog with condensation, as if hundreds of people had suddenly pressed their faces against the glass from the inside. And in that fog, spelled out in letters formed by invisible fingertips, appeared two words that followed me into the darkness: welcome home. The door closed behind me with a soft final click, and the casino's fluorescent lights continued their endless humming, illuminating empty hallways where my cleaning cart sat abandoned, waiting for a worker who would never return to claim it. Story 4. The warehouse breathed with me. That was my first mistake, thinking of it as alive, as something that could respond to my presence. But after 3 months of overnight security rounds through the endless rows of shipping containers and industrial shelving, the building had developed a personality. The way sound traveled through the cavernous space, bouncing off corrugated metal walls and concrete floors, created an ecosystem of echoes that made every footstep feel like a conversation. I should have paid more attention to what was answering back. The whistling started on a Tuesday night in October. I'd been making my usual circuit through Sector 7, past the towering stacks of automotive parts and electronics under the flickering sodium lights that cast everything in sickly yellow. When I noticed it, a soft, rhythmic tune that seemed to mirror my pace exactly. Step whistle, like a musical shadow trailing just behind my boots on the polished concrete. At first I assumed it was the building settling. Old warehouses make all kinds of sounds as temperatures shift and metal expands. The night supervisor had warned me about that during training. The place was built in the 50s, he'd said, and it cacks and groans like an old ship. You'll get used to it. But this wasn't settling, this was melody. I stopped walking. The whistling stopped too, cut off so abruptly that the silence felt like a hell breath. The overhead fluorescents hummed their electrical lullaby by, and somewhere in the distance a ventilation fan clicked on with a mechanical wheeze. Normal sounds, warehouse sounds. I took another step forward. The whistle came again. A single pure note that hung in the air for exactly as long as my footfall echoed. Then silence. My skin prickled with the kind of unease that makes you check over your shoulder, even when you know you're alone. The warehouse stretched out behind me, row after row of inventory, disappearing into shadows that the sparse lighting couldn't quite penetrate. Nothing moved except the gentle sway of identification tags hanging from the ceiling, little plastic rectangles that marked different sections and storage zones. I resumed walking, forcing my pace to remain steady. The whistling returned, matching me note for a T, creating a haunting duet between my heavy boots and something I couldn't see. The melody was simple but persistent, the kind of tune that gets stuck in your head and plays on repeat for hours. It reminded me of something though I couldn't place, what a childhood song maybe, or something my mother used to hum while cooking dinner. By the time I reached the end of my route, the whistling had evolved into a complete song, not random notes anymore, but an actual composition with rhythm and progression. It was beautiful in a way that made my chest tight with inexplicable dread. I reported it to Davis, the day shift supervisor, when he came in at 6 a.m. He listened with the patient expression of someone who'd heard plenty of strange stories from night security guards over the years. Told me the acoustics in old buildings could play tricks on you. Sound could travel in weird ways, bouncing around until it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Maybe there was a radio playing somewhere or someone in another part of the complex, but I checked. I'd spent the last 2 hours of my shift walking every aisle, investigating every corner. The warehouse was empty, except for me and whatever was making that music. Davis promised to have maintenance, check the ventilation systems, and look for any equipment that might be causing strange sounds. In the meantime, he suggested I might want to wear headphones during my rounds, something to break up the monotony and keep my mind occupied. I didn't tell him that the whistling had stopped the moment I begun actively searching for its source. That it only seemed to happen when I was alone and walking, naturally not when I was hunting for answers. Some instinct warned me that admitting this would make me sound unstable, and I needed this job. The pay was decent, and after 6 months of unemployment, I couldn't afford to seem unreliable. The next night I brought my phone and a pair of headphones, just in case, but I didn't use them. Instead, I found myself anticipating the whistling, wondering if it would return. The warehouse felt different, somehow more alive, more aware. The shadows seemed deeper and the identification tags swayed more frequently, even though I couldn't feel any air circulation that would cause the movement. The whistling came back around 11 p.m., right on schedule. Same melody, same perfect synchronization with my footsteps. But this time I was ready. I pulled out my phone and opened the voice recording app, holding it up as I continued my walk through Sector 7. The whistling continued weaving around my footsteps like a trained dance partner. When I played back the recording later during my break in the security office, I expected to hear nothing, just my boots on concrete and the ambient noise of the building. Instead, I heard something that made my blood run cold. The recording was there, my footsteps, the distant hum of machinery, the whistle matching my pace, but underneath it, all, buried in frequencies so low they were almost inaudible, was something else. I had to play it back 3 times, adjusting the volume and holding the phone close to my ear before I could make it out. A voice distorted and stretched like someone speaking through water, but definitely human, and it was saying a word over and over in time with the whistling. Stay, stay, stay. I sat in the security office for 20 minutes, replaying that section of audio and trying to convince myself. I was imagining things, but the voice was there, clear enough once you knew to listen for it. Someone or something was telling me to stay. The logical part of my mind immediately began generating explanations. Maybe it was interference from a radio transmission bleeding through my phone's microphone. Maybe it was some kind of audio processing artifact created by the recording app. Maybe I was so tired and anxious that I was hearing patterns in random noise, the way people see faces in clouds or hear words in backwards music. But the voice was so deliberate, so intentional, and it was speaking to me. I finished my shift without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The warehouse no longer felt like just a building I worked in. It felt like something that was working on me, trying to communicate or manipulate or invite me into something I didn't understand. I researched audio frequencies when I got home, learning about subsonic sound and infrasound frequencies below the normal range of human hearing. That could still affect people in subtle ways. Some studies suggested that exposure to infrasonic frequencies could cause feelings of unease, anxiety, and even hallucinations. Ghost hunters often looked for infrasonic activity when investigating supposedly haunted locations. The idea should have been comforting, a scientific explanation for the weird experiences, but instead it raised new questions. If the warehouse was producing infrasonic frequencies, what was causing them and why did they contain recognizable speech patterns? Thursday night I brought a better recording app, one that could capture a wider range of frequencies. I also brought a small flashlight with a red filter, the kind photographers use in dark rooms. I'd read that red light was less disruptive to night vision, and I had a growing suspicion that I needed to see as much as I needed to hear. The whistling started earlier this time, beginning almost as soon as I entered Sector 7. But it was different, now more complex, with harmonies and counter melodies that suggested multiple sources. I recorded everything, moving slowly through the aisles while trying to identify where the sound was coming from. That's when I noticed the identification tags. They hung from the ceiling at regular intervals, marking different sections and storage zones. Normally they swayed gently in the air circulation. Just little plastic rectangles that helped workers navigate the warehouse. But tonight they were moving differently, not just swaying, dancing. The tags closest to me moved in slow, deliberate arcs, creating different sounds as they brushed against each other or caught the air just right. The whistling wasn't coming from the walls or the ventilation system. It was coming from the tags themselves, orchestrated by some invisible force that made them move in perfect synchronization. I watched in fascination and growing terror as the movement spread outward from my position like ripples in a pond. Tags 10 feet away began to sway, then 20 feet, then 50. Soon, an entire section of the warehouse was alive with motion, hundreds of plastic rectangles, creating a symphony that surrounded me. And through it all that subsonic voice continued its patient repetition, stay, stay, stay. I should have left. Every instinct screamed at me to call in sick, to quit, to run, but something kept me frozen in place, watching the tags dance their impossible ballet. The movement was hypnotic, almost beautiful, and underneath the fear I felt something else, a strange sense of belonging, as if I'd finally found a place where I fit. The pattern in the tag movements became more apparent as I watched. They weren't moving randomly. They were forming shapes, creating pathways through the warehouse like breadcrumbs in a fairy tale. The swaying tags marked a route that led deeper into the building, towards sections I rarely visited during my normal rounds. I followed. The path led me through Sector 8, past pallets of electronics and computer equipment. The tags here swayed more urgently, creating rapid, staccato notes that built tension like a film score approaching its climax. My footsteps echoed differently in this part of the warehouse, sharper, more metallic. The lighting was dimmer and the shadows seemed to reach out from between the storage racks like grasping fingers. The trail of moving tags continued into Sector 9, where the ceiling was lower and the aisles narrower. The whistling became more intense here, almost overwhelming. Multiple frequencies layered on top of each other until the sound became a living thing that pressed against my eardrums and made my teeth ache. And still that voice in the low frequencies, stay, stay, stay. But now I could hear something else mixed in with it. Other words, other voices, all distorted and stretched, but unmistakably human. They seemed to be coming from different directions, different distances, as if the warehouse was filled with invisible speakers. Come back, don't leave. We've been waiting. Join us. I stopped walking. The tags around me continued their dance, but the voices faded to whispers. In the sudden quiet I became aware of my own, breathing fast and shallow. My hands were shaking. This was insane. I was standing in an empty warehouse at 3 o'clock in the morning, following dancing price tags and listening to voices that shouldn't exist. The rational part of my mind knew I should leave immediately, call a doctor, check myself into a psychiatric facility. But the tags were still moving, still marking a path that led deeper into the building. And something about their movement felt familiar, like a song I'd heard before or a dance I'd learned in childhood. There was a brightness to it that transcended logic. I kept walking. The path led to Sector 10, the oldest part of the warehouse. The lighting here was mostly broken, leaving vast stretches of darkness between the few functioning bulbs. The air smelled different, mustier, with an underlying chemical tang that made my nose burn. The concrete floor was cracked and stained, with decades of industrial use. The tags here moved more slowly, more deliberately. Their whispered melodies were softer, almost gentle, but the subsonic voices were stronger, more insistent. I could make out individual words now, complete sentences floating just below the threshold of conscious hearing. You belong here. This is your place. Don't fight it. Stay with us. The path of swaying tags led to a section of the warehouse I'd never seen before, a corridor between two towering storage units that was so narrow I had to turn sideways to fit through. The tags here hung lower, brushing against my shoulders as I passed. Their movement created a constant soft rustling, like whispered conversations. At the end of the corridor was a door. It was metal, painted, institutional, green, with no windows or markings. A single tag hung in front of it, swaying hypnotically back and forth. Unlike the others, this tag was blank. No numbers or letters, just a white plastic rectangle that caught the light from my flashlight and reflected it back in strange patterns. The voices were loudest here, so clear. I could almost understand individual speakers, men and women, young and old, all talking at once. In that distorted subsonic frequency, they seemed excited, eager, welcoming. Open it, come inside. We've been waiting so long. This is where you belong. My hand reached for the door handle without conscious thought. The metal was warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been in the cool warehouse air. The handle turned easily, as if the door had been recently oiled and maintained. The door opened inward, revealing nothing but darkness. But the darkness moved. It wasn't empty space. It was something alive, something that breathed and shifted and waited. The voices coming from within were clearer. Now, speaking in normal human frequencies, I could hear conversations, laughter, the sound of people moving around in a space much larger than the warehouse should have been able to contain. Come in, join us. You'll never be alone again. This is your real job. This is why you were hired. I stood in the doorway for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The voices continued their gentle encouragement, and the darkness beyond the door seemed to pulse. With invitation, part of me wanted to step forward to discover what lay beyond that threshold. The rational part of me screamed warnings about hallucinations and mental breakdowns and the need for immediate medical attention. In the end, it was the sound of my own heartbeat that saved me. It was racing, pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat and behind my eyes. The sound was real, undeniably physical, and it anchored me to my body in a way that the voices and moving tags couldn't touch. I stepped back from the door and ran. I didn't look back as I sprinted through the narrow corridor, didn't slow down as I navigated the maze of storage racks in Sector 10. The tags continued their dance as I passed, but their movement seemed less coordinated, now more frantic. The whistling became discordant, almost angry. The voices followed me all the way back to the security office, growing fainter with distance, but never completely disappearing. Even after I locked myself in and turned on every light I could find, I could still hear them whispering just below the threshold of perception. I wrote my resignation letter that morning and left it on Davis's desk, told him I'd found a better opportunity, needed to start immediately. He seemed relieved rather than surprised, and I wondered how many night security guards had quit under similar circumstances. 6 months later, I drive past the warehouse, sometimes on my way to my new job at a shopping mall security company. The building looks normal during the day, just another industrial facility in a city full of them. But I can't shake the feeling that something is still in there, still waiting, still calling to people like me, people who work alone in the dark and listen too carefully to the sounds buildings make. I never found out what was behind that door. Part of me is glad, but sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn I catch myself humming a tune. I don't remember learning a simple melody that seems to match the rhythm of my footsteps. And in those moments I remember the warmth of that door handle and the sound of voices welcoming me home. I remember the feeling of belonging to something larger than myself, something that understood loneliness and offered community. I remember wanting to stay. The mall where I work now is bright and safe and full of normal sounds, but it doesn't breathe with me the way the warehouse did. It doesn't seem to meet or invite me deeper into its secrets. It's just a building. Sometimes I wonder if that's enough. Story 5. The ventilation system had been my domain for 3 years, but I'd never noticed the pattern until that. October night, when the smoke flow malfunctioned for the 4th time in 2 weeks, the red emergency light above the basement access door began its familiar pulse ... dash ... But something felt different. Instead of the standard emergency sequence, the rhythm seemed deliberate, almost conversational. I sat in the control room watching the monitors flicker between camera feeds of empty corridors and mechanical spaces. The building breathed around me with its usual nighttime sighs, the distant hum of HVAC units, the periodic click of expanding metal, the whisper of air through ducts. But underneath it all something else had begun to intrude, a subtle tapping that seemed to echo from deep within the walls themselves. The smoke flow indicator showed red across all sectors. I'd reset the system twice already, but it kept shutting down after exactly 37 minutes of operation. Each time it failed, that emergency light would begin its measured blinking, casting intermittent crimson shadows across the corridor visible through the security feed. I grabbed my notebook and started timing the lights. Pattern ... pause ... pause ... The sequence repeated every 15 seconds with mechanical precision. After 10 minutes of careful observation, I realized what I was seeing: Morse code. The dots and dashes weren't random emergency signals. They spelled out numbers, coordinates. The basement coordinates led to a section I rarely visited. Tucked beneath the building's oldest wing, where the original foundation met newer construction, my flashlight cut through the darkness as I descended, each step echoing in the confined space. The air grew progressively warmer as I moved deeper thick, with the metallic smell of old pipes and something else, something organic and earthy that reminded me of freshly turned soil. I found the specified location easily enough, a corner where 2 concrete walls met at an odd angle, as if the builders had been forced to work around some pre-existing obstacle. The floor here was different too. Newer concrete poured over older stone, the seam visible in the beam of my flashlight. But what caught my attention wasn't the construction irregularities, it was the heat. The concrete radiated warmth like a heating pad, left on too long. When I knelt and pressed my palm against the surface, the heat was intense enough to make me jerk my hand back. Yet the area around it remained cool, creating a perfect circle of inexplicable warmth, roughly 3 feet in diameter. More disturbing were the marks in the dust around the hot spot. They weren't quite footprints, too elongated, with an odd number of depressions that suggested something with more than 5 toes had been moving around this space. The tracks circled the warm area before terminating abruptly at its center, as if whatever had made them had simply vanished into the concrete itself. I spent the rest of that shift trying to rationalize what I discovered: underground steam pipes, electrical heating elements, even radioactive decay from old building materials, anything that might explain the localized heat source. But when I checked the building's mechanical drawings, no utilities ran beneath that corner. The space was supposed to be solid foundation down to bedrock. 3 nights later, the smoke system failed again. This time I was ready. Pen poised over my notebook as the emergency light began its sequence. The coordinates were different, still in the basement, but 37 foot east of the original location. When I investigated, I found another hot spot, this one even warmer than the first. The strange tracks were more pronounced here, pressed deeper into the dust as if whatever had made them was carrying more weight. I started mapping the pattern, obsessively marking each location on a hand-drawn floor plan of the basement. Every few nights the smoke system would shut down, the light would pulse its coded message, and I would dutifully descend to find another circle of inexplicable heat. The spots formed a clear progression moving northeast through the basement, each one appearing roughly 3 foot higher in elevation than the last, as the terrain sloped upward toward the newer part of the building. By the fifth occurrence, I had calculated the rate of movement 1 meter upward per cycle, following the natural grade of the basement floor toward the main level. If the pattern continued, whatever was generating these heat signatures would reach the ground floor within 2 weeks. Sleep became elusive. During my days off, I found myself driving back to the building, parking across the street just to watch the windows and wonder if the emergency light was blinking its cryptic messages to an empty corridor. I started bringing a digital recorder to work, convinced I could hear something moving in the walls during the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, a rhythmic scraping sound like fingernails on concrete, or perhaps the slow rasp of something heavy being dragged across rough surfaces. My supervisor, Martinez, noticed my deteriorating appearance during our weekly check-in. He mentioned that the smoke system failures were puzzling the maintenance crew, who couldn't find any mechanical reason for the shutdowns. According to their diagnostics, the system was functioning perfectly during all operational periods. The failures seemed to occur randomly, with no correlation to external factors like temperature, humidity, or electrical load. I wanted to tell him about the coordinates, about the heat spots moving systematically through the basement, like breadcrumbs marking an underground trail. But how could I explain that our building's emergency systems were apparently communicating with something beneath the foundation? How could I describe the growing certainty that something was methodically working its way upward through solid concrete, leaving behind traces of warmth and those unsettling tracks that didn't quite match any known footprint pattern? Instead, I simply nodded and assured him I was handling the situation professionally. The eighth hotspot appeared in the basement's northeast corner, directly beneath the building's main lobby. When I knelt beside it, the heat was so intense I could feel it through the knees of my pants. The concrete here showed hairline fractures radiating outward from the center point, and when I pressed my ear to the floor I could swear I heard something, a slow, rhythmic pulsing, like a massive heartbeat muffled by layers of stone and cement. The tracks around this location were different too. Instead of the meandering circles I'd observed at previous sites, these marks formed deliberate lines converging on the hot spot from multiple directions. Whatever had made them seem to have approached this location with purpose, gathering at this specific point. For reasons I couldn't begin to fathom, I started staying after my shifts ended, hiding in the building. After the day, staff arrived to continue monitoring the basement. During daylight hours, the emergency light remained dark and the heat spots seemed less intense, though they never completely cooled. I began to suspect that whatever was happening down there was connected to the building's nocturnal rhythm. That darkness itself might be a catalyst for this slow, systematic ascent. The ninth occurrence confirmed my worst fears. The coordinates led me to a utility room on the basement's upper level, just 10 feet below the lobby floor. The heat here was overwhelming, turning the small space into a makeshift sauna. Condensation beat on the walls and the air shimmered with thermal distortion. But most alarming were the sounds, a constant low rumbling that seemed to emanate from directly beneath my feet, punctuated by irregular scratching noises that made my skin crawl. The concrete floor showed obvious signs of stress cracks that hadn't been there during my previous visits, areas where the surface seemed to bulge slightly upward as if something underneath was exerting tremendous pressure. I called the building structural engineer from my personal phone, claiming I'd noticed some minor foundation settling that might warrant inspection. He promised to send someone out within the week, but I knew a week might be too long. On the 10th night, the smoke system shut down before I even arrived at work. The emergency light was already pulsing. When I entered the building, its red glow reflecting off the polished lobby floor in hypnotic patterns. The coordinates it transmitted led me to a maintenance closet on the ground floor, the first location above basement level. The closet's concrete foundation radiated heat so intense I could feel it from 3 feet away. The walls themselves had begun to show stress fractures, thin lines, spider webbing across the painted surface like a porcelain cup, subjected to sudden temperature changes. When I opened the closet door, the hot air that billowed out carried a smell I'd been noticing with increasing frequency, rich earth mixed with something vaguely metallic, as if someone had been burning copper wire in freshly dug soil. I spent that entire shift sitting in the lobby watching the maintenance closet door and listening to the sounds that seemed to grow more pronounced with each passing hour. The rhythmic pulsing had evolved into something more complex, patterns of pressure and release that almost resembled breathing. If something the size of a small building could breathe. Occasionally, I thought I could hear other noises, a sound like fingernails tapping against glass, or perhaps the soft whisper of movement through tight spaces. Dawn brought no relief. As the first employees began arriving for work, I realized I couldn't simply abandon my post and pretend nothing was happening. Whatever was down there was close now, so close that the building's foundation itself seemed to be holding its breath. In anticipation, I submitted my resignation that morning. Effective immediately, Martinez tried to talk me out of it, citing my exemplary service record and the difficulty of finding qualified replacement staff. But I couldn't explain that every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to leave this place before something fundamental changed, before whatever had been methodically working its way upward finally reached the surface. 2 weeks after my last shift, I drove past the building and noticed that the emergency light above the basement door was dark. The smoke system appeared to be functioning normally, with no visible signs of malfunction. Part of me wanted to call Martinez and ask if they finally identified the source of the mechanical failures. Another part of me wondered if the new night supervisor had noticed anything unusual about the building's thermal patterns, or whether he'd been curious enough to investigate when emergency lights started blinking in coded sequences. But mostly I tried not to think about that maintenance closet on the ground floor and whether the concrete there was still radiating heat in perfect circles. I tried not to imagine what might happen if those stress fractures finally gave way, or what might emerge from the depths that had been so patiently marked by those inexplicable tracks. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I find myself wondering if I was the only one who noticed the pattern, whether other night supervisors in other buildings might be discovering their own sets of coordinates, their own progression of heat spots moving systematically upward through concrete and steel toward destinations only they could comprehend. And sometimes, when sleep eludes me entirely, I consider the possibility that none of it was real, that months of isolation and night shift work had simply fractured my perception of reality in ways I'm still too close to recognize. Perhaps there were no coordinates in the emergency lights blinking, no impossible heat sources in the basement, no tracks that suggested something inhuman had been methodically ascending through the building's foundation. Perhaps the only thing rising from the depths was my own deteriorating grasp on rational thought. But on those nights when doubt creeps in, I remember the weight of that heat against my palm, the sound of something massive breathing beneath layers of concrete and stone. I remember the certainty in those moments that whatever was down there was almost ready to surface. That somewhere in the city, in some building whose night supervisor hadn't yet learned to decode emergency signals, something patient and persistent was still climbing toward the light. The thought keeps me awake until dawn, listening to every creak and settling sound in my apartment walls, wondering if perhaps the pattern I discovered wasn't isolated to a single building, if the coordinates I'd so carefully mapped were just one small part of something larger and more systematic than I'd ever imagined. And in those moments of deepest uncertainty, I can almost convince myself that the distant rumbling I sometimes hear isn't just the building's heating system adjusting to the night air, but something else entirely, something that's been waiting beneath our feet all along, marking time and plotting its course toward the surface. One carefully measured meter at a time. Story 6. The first time it happened, I thought the system had malfunctioned. 3 months into my graveyard shift at Meridian Industrial Complex, I'd grown accustomed to the rhythmic pulse of the automated gate system. The soft blue glow of the security monitors painted my booth in cold light, while the infrared cameras swept their mechanical gaze across empty parking lots and loading docks. Nothing ever happened here after midnight. Nothing was supposed to happen. Then came 2:18 a.m. on a Tuesday in September. The entry log chimed a sound I'd heard thousands of times during daylight hours when trucks and employees passed through. But this was different. This was wrong. The timestamp glowed on my screen. Entry detected 21833 and gate cycle complete. I looked up from my magazine, squinting through the reinforced glass of my booth at the main gate, 50 yards away. Empty asphalt stretched beneath the sodium lights, no headlights, no movement. Just a September wind pushing a plastic bag across the concrete like urban tumbleweed. I checked the vehicle log, no registered entry, no ID badge scan, no license plate capture. The system had simply activated. I told myself it was a glitch. Maybe a power surge or a software hiccup. These things happened in buildings, this old with wiring that predated most of the equipment bolted to the walls. But then it happened again the next night, same time, 2:18 a.m. exactly, and the night after that, by the fourth occurrence, I'd stopped believing. In coincidences, I'd run diagnostics on the gate system called the tech support line. Even had a maintenance crew check the sensors during their Thursday afternoon rounds. Everything tested normal. The software log showed no errors. The electrical systems hummed with consistent power. Yet every night, at precisely 2:18 a.m., something triggered the entry sequence. The maintenance supervisor, a weathered man named Rodriguez, who'd worked at Meridian longer than I'd been alive, suggested it might be an animal, a large dog or maybe a deer wandering in from the industrial park's edges. But the camera showed nothing, not even a shadow moving across the motion sensors. That's when I started staying awake during the 2 a.m. hour. Abandoning my usual practice of dozing between rounds, I positioned myself at the window notepad, ready determined to catch whatever was causing the system to activate. I felt foolish, like a kid waiting to catch Santa Claus. But the mystery gnawed at me. In 3 decades of security work, I'd never encountered anything quite like this. The answer came 2 weeks later, buried in footage I almost didn't review. I'd been checking the infrared recordings, scrolling through the thermal imaging from the previous night's incident. The timestamp read 2:1745 a.m. when something made me pause. The image showed the usual landscape, a wash of blue and black depicting the temperature, variations of concrete, metal, and empty air. But there, near the sensor array, a shape began to materialize. At first I thought it was an equipment malfunction. The thermal signature was completely inverted from anything I'd ever seen. Instead of the red and orange heat signatures typical of living beings, this was pure white, not just bright, but an absolute, impossible white that seemed to drink in the darkness around it. The contrast was so stark it hurt to look at directly, like staring into a photographic negative of reality. The shape was undeniably humanoid, tall, thin, standing perfectly still about 3 feet from the gate sensor. But where a normal thermal image would show the warm reds and yellows of body heat against the cool blues of the environment, this figure glowed with an unnatural white luminescence. Its outline sharp and clear against the grainy background. I rewound the footage at 2:1730, nothing at 2:1745. The figure was simply there as if it had materialized from the air itself. At 2:1833, the exact moment the gate activated, the white silhouette began to fade, growing dimmer, until it vanished completely by 219 boss. My hands trembled as I saved the footage to a secure drive. I watched it 17 more times that morning, each viewing confirming what my rational mind refused to accept. Something was visiting Meridian Industrial Complex every night, something that existed in the infrared spectrum as a heat void, a walking absence that somehow triggered electronic systems through its very presence. I didn't sleep that day. Instead, I researched thermal anomalies, electromagnetic interference, and every rational explanation I could find for what I'd witnessed. None of them fit. Temperature inversions didn't create human silhouettes, equipment malfunctions didn't maintain precise schedules and hallucinations. The possibility that had begun creeping into my thoughts didn't leave digital evidence. That night I decided to confront whatever was happening. At 2:15 a.m. I left my booth for the first time during the mystery hour. The autumn air was crisp, carrying the metallic scent of industry and the distant hum of highway traffic. I walked slowly toward the gate, every step echoing off the concrete and steel that surrounded me. The infrared cameras tracked my movement. I could feel their electronic gaze following my heat signature. As I approached the sensor array, at 2:17, I positioned myself near the gate, close enough to touch the metal housing that contained the entry sensors. The facility stretched around me like a sleeping giant, dark warehouses and office buildings punctuated by pools of artificial light. Nothing moved except the occasional flutter of loose plastic or paper caught in the night breeze. Then the temperature dropped. It wasn't gradual. Between one heartbeat and the next, the air around me became noticeably colder, as if I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. My breath began to fog small puffs of vapor visible in the sodium lights. But more unsettling than the cold was the smell that accompanied it, sharp, clean, and electric ozone. The same scent that lingers after lightning strikes or when high-voltage equipment overloads. At 2:1830, I heard it click. The sound was impossibly clear in the night air, the precise mechanical snap of the gates, the electronic lock disengaging. But I was standing right next to the sensor array and nothing had triggered it. No movement, no infrared signature, no electronic signal from an authorized device. The gate simply opened. The metal barrier swung inward with its usual hydraulic whisper, revealing the empty road beyond. I stood frozen watching this automatic process occur without any visible cause. The entry log would be updating in my booth, recording another mysterious visitor that existed only in the system's memory. That's when I felt it, the sensation that had haunted me through childhood nightmares and never quite left, despite decades of rational adult life. I was being watched not by cameras or security systems, but by something that stood close enough to touch. The feeling was so intense it raised goosebumps along my arms and made the hair on my neck stand. On end, I turned slowly, scanning the area around the gate. Nothing. Empty pavement, empty shadows, empty night. But the sensation persisted, accompanied by that electric ozone smell growing stronger with each passing second. It reminded me of the moment before a thunderstorm breaks, when the air itself seems charged with potential energy. The gate began its automatic closing cycle at 219. Now, just as it always did, as the metal barrier swung shut with a soft pneumatic hiss, the temperature began to return to normal. The ozone scent faded. The feeling of being observed gradually diminished, leaving me alone with the familiar sounds of the industrial complex and my own rapid heartbeat. I walked back to my booth on unsteady legs, my mind racing through everything I'd experienced. The digital clocks confirmed what I already knew. The timing had been perfect, matching the pattern established over weeks of mysterious entries. But I was no closer to understanding what was happening than when I'd started. The security footage from that night showed exactly what I expected, my thermal signature approaching the gate, standing near the sensors, then returning to the booth at 21833. The gate opened and closed according to its programmed cycle, but there was no sign of the white figure I'd captured in previous recordings. Whatever visited Meridian Industrial Complex had either chosen not to appear that night or had somehow detected my presence and avoided the sensors. I began to wonder if my very act of looking had changed something fundamental about the phenomenon. Over the following weeks, I established a new routine. Instead of confronting the 218 visitor directly, I observed from my booth with scientific precision. I documented atmospheric conditions, electromagnetic readings from a handheld meter. I'd purchased online and detailed notes about every aspect of each incident. The pattern remained consistent. The gate activated at exactly 2:1833 am, with no visible trigger and no explanation from the building's technical systems. But the infrared recordings had changed. The stark white figure no longer appeared in the thermal imaging. Either it had stopped coming or it had learned to avoid detection. This possibility disturbed me more than the original mystery. If something was intelligent enough to recognize surveillance and adapt its behavior accordingly, what else might it be capable of? The thought followed me home each morning, making sleep increasingly difficult. I found myself lying in bed as dawn broke over the city. Analyzing every detail of the previous night's watch, the rational part of my mind insisted there had to be an explanation, some combination of equipment malfunction, environmental factors, and my own pattern-seeking imagination, creating a mystery where none existed. But another part of me, a primitive awareness that predated logic and reason, knew I was dealing with something genuinely inexplicable. The breakthrough came during my 6th week of investigation, though I hesitate to call it progress. I decided to check the gate system's maintenance logs, searching for any historical patterns that might explain the 218 phenomenon. Rodriguez had given me access to the digital archives dating back 15 years, and I spent several nights reviewing incident reports, repair orders, and system updates. Most of the records were routine scheduled maintenance, minor repairs, software updates that kept the aging system compatible with newer security protocols, but buried in a folder marked unresolved issues from 8 years earlier. I found something that made my blood run cold. A previous security guard named Marcus Webb had filed multiple reports about unauthorized gate activations occurring at 2:18 a.m. His initial reports were clinical and professional, documenting the incidents with the same methodical approach I'd been using. But as weeks passed, his language became increasingly agitated. He wrote about impossible thermal readings and electromagnetic anomalies that defied explanation. His final report, submitted 3 days before he resigned from Meridian, was barely coherent. Webb described feeling watched during his shifts, smelling ozone at random intervals, and hearing electronic equipment activate without cause throughout the facility. He claimed the 218 incidents were just the beginning of something larger, though he never specified what that something might be. The file included a note from building management stating that Webb had been referred to the company's employee assistance program for stress-related issues before choosing to terminate his employment. No follow-up investigation had been conducted regarding his reports. The 218 activations had apparently stopped after his departure until 3 months ago, when I began my tenure at Meridian. This revelation suggested two equally disturbing possibilities. Either the phenomenon was somehow connected to the security guards themselves, manifesting only in the presence of specific individuals, or it had been dormant for years and had recently reactivated. For reasons I couldn't fathom, I tried to contact Marcus Webb, but the phone number in his personnel file had been disconnected. Internet searches revealed no current address or employment information. The man had vanished as completely as the white figure in my thermal recordings, leaving behind only a handful of increasingly desperate incident reports that read like the journal of someone losing his grip on reality. I began to wonder if I was following the same trajectory. Sleep became elusive, replaced by hours of staring at the ceiling while my mind replayed every detail of the past weeks. I found myself checking and rechecking my equipment during the day, running diagnostics on systems that had tested perfectly dozens of times before. The rational explanations I'd initially sought seemed less convincing. With each passing night, the sensation of being watched, which had been confined to the moments around 2:18 a.m., began to extend. Throughout my shifts, I would feel eyes on me while reviewing paperwork, sense movement in my peripheral vision when checking monitors, and occasionally catch myself listening for sounds that didn't belong to the familiar symphony of the industrial complex. Most unsettling was the gradual realization that my behavior was changing. I'd started positioning myself differently in the booth, avoiding certain angles that felt exposed. I'd begun making unnecessary rounds through the facility, driven by an inexplicable need to verify that I was truly alone, and I developed an almost compulsive habit of checking the ozone concentration with a small detector I'd added to my equipment collection. The readings were consistently normal, except during the minutes surrounding 2:18 a.m., when the device would register brief but significant spikes in atmospheric ozone. These readings correlated perfectly with my subjective experience of the electric smell, providing the first objective evidence that something measurable was occurring during the mysterious gate activations. But instead of feeling vindicated by this proof, I found myself more disturbed than ever. If the ozone spikes were real, if the thermal anomalies had been genuine, and if the gate activations were truly unexplained, then I was dealing with something that existed outside the boundaries of my understanding of reality. The night everything changed began. Like any other, I'd settled into my booth around 11 p.m., prepared for another session of methodical observation. The facility hummed with its usual electronic harmony, ventilation systems cycling air through empty buildings, security lights maintaining their vigilant pools of illumination, and distant highway traffic providing a steady whisper of civilization beyond the industrial complex's borders. At 2:15 a.m. I positioned my equipment for the nightly recording session. Thermal cameras trained on the gate area, ozone detector activated, electromagnetic field monitor displaying stable baseline readings. Everything was normal as the minutes ticked toward the appointed time, but at 2:17 a.m. something was different. Instead of the localized temperature drop I'd learned to expect near the gate, the entire facility seemed to grow colder. My breath began to fog inside the heated booth, something that had never happened before. The ozone detector's readings spiked higher than I'd ever recorded, and the electromagnetic monitor began registering fluctuations that made its alarm chirp softly in the artificial quiet. At 2:18:33, the gate activated as usual, but this time it wasn't alone. Throughout the complex, electronic systems began responding to invisible triggers. Loading dock lights flickered on and off in sequence as if something was walking past. Each sensor security cameras pivoted to track movement that didn't exist, their motors whirring as they followed predetermined paths through empty corridors and vacant parking areas. I watched my monitor bank in growing alarm as, system after system activated without cause, emergency lighting strobed to life in Building C. The elevator in the main office complex began cycling between floors, its indicator lights moving up and down in a pattern that reminded me of breathing. Even the coffee machine in the break room, 2 buildings away, appeared to be brewing a phantom pot. If the red indicator light on my status board was accurate, the facility had become an orchestra of autonomous electronics, all responding to the presence of something I couldn't see or understand. And in the center of it, all captured in stark white luminescence on my thermal display, stood the figure that had started everything. But this time it wasn't alone. The The infrared image showed three distinct white silhouettes arranged in a rough triangle around the main gate sensor. Each figure maintained the same impossible thermal signature, that brilliant, reality-defying white that seemed to exist in negative space. They stood perfectly still, like mannequins positioned by an invisible hand, while the electronic chaos continued around them. As I watched, in fascination and growing terror, the figures began to move, not walking or shuffling like normal beings, but gliding across the thermal landscape with fluid grace that defied physics. They maintained their triangular formation while approaching my booth, growing larger and more defined on the screen. With each passing second, the ozone smell became overpowering, even through the booth's ventilation system. Every piece of electronic equipment in my station began to malfunction simultaneously, monitors flickering, radios producing static bursts, and my computer keyboard registering phantom keystrokes that spelled meaningless strings of characters across the screen. When the figures reached the edge of the thermal camera's range, approximately 10 feet from my booth, they stopped. Three impossible beings of inverted heat stood in perfect silence. Their presence, confirmed by my instruments but invisible to my naked eyes. I could feel them watching me through the reinforced glass, could sense their attention like a physical weight pressing against my consciousness. Then, for the first time since the phenomenon began, one of them moved differently from the others. The central figure raised what appeared to be an arm, extending it toward my booth in a gesture that might have been greeting or warning. As it did, every electronic device in the facility fell silent. Simultaneously, the constant hum of machinery that had provided the soundtrack to my employment simply stopped. In that absolute quiet, I heard something that shouldn't have been possible. A voice, not spoken aloud but somehow transmitted directly into my awareness, whispered a single word that changed everything: welcome. The next moment everything returned to normal. The machinery resumed its electronic symphony, the thermal figures vanished from my screens, and the ozone readings dropped to baseline levels. Only the timestamp on my computer proved that any of it had happened, 21,947 am. I sat in my booth for the remaining hours of my shift, staring at the monitors and trying to process what I'd experienced. The word echoed in my mind with a clarity that suggested it hadn't been imagined or hallucinated. Something had acknowledged my presence, had communicated with me across whatever barriers separated its existence from mine. But the most disturbing aspect wasn't the contact itself. It was the implication of that single word, welcome, suggested arrival, acceptance, inclusion, as if I'd passed some kind of test or crossed a threshold I hadn't known existed. When my replacement arrived at 6 a.m., I gathered my equipment and prepared to leave Meridian Industrial Complex for what I knew would be the last time. Not because I was quitting, I hadn't made the decision yet, but because I understood with a certainty that transcended logic that something fundamental had changed during the night. The 218 visitor wasn't a mysterious intruder to be documented and understood. It was something that had been waiting with infinite patience for the right person to recognize its presence. Marcus Webb had seen it 8 years ago. I had encountered it 3 months ago. And now, after weeks of observation and investigation, I had somehow achieved the level of awareness necessary for direct contact. As I drove home through the early morning traffic, I found myself wondering who would replace me at Meridian. Would they experience the gate activations, as I had, or would the phenomenon remain dormant until another sensitive individual took the night shift? And, most importantly, what exactly had I been welcomed into? The answer came to me as I pulled into my apartment complex, a realization that made my hands tremble on the steering wheel. The thermal signatures hadn't been inverted because of equipment malfunction or atmospheric conditions. They appeared white because they were cold, not just cold, but absolute cold, the kind of temperature that exists in the vacuum between stars, in spaces where heat has never penetrated. I had been visited by something from the empty places, something that existed in the thermal negative of our warm living world, and by acknowledging its presence, by documenting its patterns and seeking contact, I had somehow attracted its attention. Now it knew I could see it. It knew I was listening, and, judging by that final word, it had plans for me. As I write this account, 3 days later, I haven't returned to Meridian Industrial Complex. The company has called twice, but I've let the messages go to voicemail. I need time to decide whether to go back, whether to accept whatever invitation was extended to me in that moment of impossible contact, because part of me, a part that grows stronger each day, wants to return to that booth at 2:15 a.m. and wait for the next communication. I want to understand what exists in those cold spaces between reality, What intelligence watches our warm world from the thermal negative of existence? But another part of me, the part that still clings to sanity and survival, whispers that some invitations should never be accepted, that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Tonight I'll make my decision. Tonight I'll choose between the safety of ignorance and the terrible knowledge that waits in the white spaces of the infrared spectrum. Either way, I know the 218 visitor will be waiting. Story 7. The fluorescent lights above me buzz like dying insects casting their sickly green pour across the empty convenience store. 3:15 a.m. stretched before me like a desert highway, endless, suffocating and punctuated only by the occasional truck that would rumble past without stopping. I'd been working the night shift at Murphy's Gas for 8 months now, long enough to know that this stretch of rural highway forgot about civilization. Once the sun went down, the coffee maker gurgled its last breath hours ago, leaving behind a bitter sludge that resembled motor oil more than anything remotely drinkable. I'd given up on staying alert through caffeine and resigned myself to the hypnotic rhythm of inventory checks and restocking candy bars that nobody would buy. Until morning, the silence pressed against my eardrums, with the weight of isolation broken only by the persistent hum of refrigeration units and the occasional groan of settling metal. That's when I first noticed him. Through the plate glass windows that faced the pump island, I could make out a figure standing motionless beside pump number 4, the old pump, the one that hadn't worked in over 3 years, not since lightning struck the transformer and fried half the station's electrical system. Corporate never bothered fixing it, just slapped a handwritten out of order sign on the handle and called it a day. The sign had long since faded to eyelable smears of ink, leaving only strips of yellow tape clinging to cracked plastic. The man stood perfectly still, as if carved from shadow itself. He faced the defunct pump with an intensity that seemed almost reverent, his posture rigid and unnatural. No car idled nearby, no motorcycle or truck that might have brought him to this forgotten corner of nowhere. He simply existed there, a dark interruption in the empty landscape of concrete and metal. I rubbed my eyes, attributing the strange sight to the cumulative exhaustion of too many sleepless nights. When I looked again, he remained exactly where he'd been, unchanged, unwavering. The parking lot lights cast long rectangles of yellow illumination across the asphalt, but somehow he stood in a pocket of deeper darkness, as if the light itself avoided him. Minutes crawled by 5, then 10, then 15. He never moved, never shifted his weight, never showed any of the small unconscious movements that mark a living, breathing person. I began to feel the familiar creep of unease that comes with watching someone too long in the small hours of morning when the world feels thin and reality seems negotiable. The rational part of my mind offered simple explanations: a stranded motorist waiting for morning to call for help, someone having car trouble who'd walked to the nearest building for assistance, a homeless person seeking temporary shelter from the November chill that cut through even the station's inadequate heating. But none of these explanations addressed the wrongness that seemed to emanate from his very presence, the way he stood, so absolutely motionless that I found myself watching for the rise and fall of breathing, for any sign that he was more than a mannequin someone had abandoned. As a prank, I considered going outside to offer help, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way the darkness seemed to cling to him, or how the security lights flickered slightly whenever I tried to focus on his face. Maybe it was simply the product of too many horror movies consumed during lonely overnight shifts. But every instinct I possessed warned me to maintain the barrier of glass and distance between us. The digital clock on the register display ticked at 3:37. He'd been standing there for over 20 minutes now, and my initial curiosity had curdled into something approaching dread. I tried to concentrate on mundane tasks, straightening magazine racks, wiping down already clean counters, checking the hot dog rollers that hadn't been used since dinner, but my eyes kept drifting back to the motionless figure. At 3:45, something changed. The man's head turned slowly and deliberately until he faced directly toward the store windows toward me. Even through the reflective glass and across the distance of the parking lot, I felt the weight of his gaze like a physical presence. It settled on my skin with the cold touch of morning frost, raising goosebumps along my arms. Despite the store's warmth, I stepped back from the counter, instinctively retreating deeper into the fluorescent sanctuary of the convenience store. The cigarette display behind me offered little comfort as I pressed my back against it, trying to break the invisible line that connected his stare to my position. But the feeling persisted, that sense of being seen, catalogued, measured by eyes that reflected nothing of the artificial light around us. For reasons I couldn't articulate, I found myself reaching for the door handle. The logical part of my mind screamed warnings, but a deeper compulsion drove me forward. Perhaps it was the same morbid curiosity that makes people slow down at accident scenes, or maybe the isolation had finally gotten to me enough that even a potentially dangerous stranger seemed preferable to the crushing solitude. The door chime announced my exit with its cheerful electronic melody, a sound that seemed obscenely bright. In the heavy silence of the night, the November air hit me like a slap, carrying with it the scent of distant rain and something else, something organic and slightly sweet that I couldn't identify. My breath came in visible puffs as I stepped onto the concrete island, the sound of my footsteps unnaturally loud. In the stillness, the man remained exactly where he'd been. His attention now focused on the dark display of the broken pump. Up close, I could see that he wore a dark coat that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the overhead lights. His hair was gray at the temples and his skin had the pale, almost translucent quality of someone who spent very little time in daylight. But it was his eyes that made my throat tighten. Pale, gray eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the world around him. I cleared my throat to sound harsh and artificial in the quiet air. "Excuse me," I called out, stopping about 10 feet away from him. "That pump's been out of order for years. If you need gas, the others are working fine." He didn't acknowledge my presence, didn't turn, didn't blink, didn't give any indication that he'd heard me speak. His gaze remained fixed on the pump's dark display screen with an intensity that bordered on hypnotic. The silence stretched between us like a held breath, and I felt sweat beginning to bead on my forehead despite the cold air. I took another step closer, close enough now to notice that his coat seemed to ripple slightly in a wind. I couldn't feel close enough to catch that strange sweet scent more strongly. It reminded me of overripe fruit, of things left too long in dark places. "Sir, the pump's not working, hasn't worked in 3 years." This time something happened. The display screen on pump number 4 flickered to life with a soft electronic beep. Numbers began rolling across the LED readout, gallons, dollars. The familiar rhythm of fuel flowing through lines that I knew contained nothing but air and rust. The mechanical clatter of the pump's internal mechanism filled the silence, metal grinding against metal in a rhythm that made my teeth ache. But the man wasn't holding the nozzle. Both his hands hung at his sides, empty, and still the fuel handle remained locked in its holder, undisturbed and unmoving. Yet the pump continued its phantom dispensing numbers, climbing steadily on the display as invisible gallons poured into nothingness. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs with enough force to make my vision pulse. The rational explanations crumbled like old newspaper. Electrical short circuits didn't create coherent displays. Broken pumps didn't spontaneously spring to life and begin measuring transfers of non-existent fuel. "What the hell?" I started to say, but the words died in my throat as the other pumps joined the impossible chorus. One by one, from left to right across the island, every pump sprang to life. Displays, illuminated numbers began rolling, and the mechanical symphony of fuel transfer filled the night air with its metallic rhythm. But no cars waited at the pumps. Nozzles had been lifted from their holders. No fuel flowed through any visible hoses or into any waiting tanks. The man finally moved. He turned his head toward me with the slow, deliberate motion of a security camera tracking movement. His pale eyes met mine, and in them I saw something that made every primitive survival instinct in my body scream for immediate flight. Not malice exactly, but something far worse, complete and utter indifference. I was no more significant to him than an insect, something to be observed with the same detached interest one might show toward a specimen in a jar. The sweet smell grew stronger, and I realized with horror that it was coming from him. Not cologne or aftershave, but something organic and wrong. Like flowers blooming in a graveyard, the fluorescent lights above us began to flicker in patterns that hurt to look at, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. All around us, the pumps continued their phantom dispensing. The numbers climbed higher and higher. Hundreds of gallons, thousands of gallons, amounts that would have overwhelmed any vehicle's tank capacity. The mechanical sounds grew louder, more urgent, creating a cacophony that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I wanted to run. Every fiber of my being urged me to turn and sprint back to the relative safety of the store, to lock the doors and call someone, anyone, who might offer a rational explanation for what I was witnessing. But my legs felt leaden, unresponsive, as if the very air around me had thickened into something approaching liquid. The man's lips moved then, forming words I couldn't hear over the mechanical din, but somehow, impossibly, I understood what he was saying, not through my ears, but through some deeper channel that bypassed conscious thought entirely. The words arrived in my mind fully formed, carrying with them the weight of terrible certainty. The tanks are never empty. The tanks are never full. The meters always turn, the meters always break. As if summoned by his words, the first meter exploded in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. The needle, which had been spinning wildly through impossible numbers, snapped from its housing and clattered across the concrete. Then the second meter failed and the third, each destruction accompanied by the smell of burning plastic and ozone. But the pumps kept running, even with their displays dark and their meters destroyed. The mechanical rhythm continued, fuel flowing to nowhere, dispensing nothing into the hungry darkness of the night. I found my voice then, though. It came out as little more than a whisper. "What do you want?" The man tilted his head slightly as if considering the question around us. The final meters began their death throes, sparks flying like tiny fireworks in the artificial twilight. The sweet smell had become overwhelming, now cloying and thick enough to taste on the back of my tongue. "I'm waiting," his voice said. In my mind, though his lips hadn't moved, always waiting. Sometimes the tanks remember what they held. Sometimes the pumps remember what they gave. Sometimes the meters remember how much was taken, and sometimes the voice continued growing fainter as the last of the displays died. In showers of sparks, someone comes to collect what was forgotten. The pumps fell silent all at once, leaving behind a quiet so complete it felt like physical pressure against my eardrums. The man turned away from me, his attention returning to the broken pump with the same reverent intensity he'd shown when I first spotted him. But now I could see what had drawn his focus. The dark display screen showed a single line of text glowing with faint green letters that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Total do. I backed away slowly, my feet carrying me toward the store without any conscious decision on my part. The man didn't watch me go. He had no interest in my retreat, no concern for my growing terror. He simply stood there waiting beside his broken pump. Patient as stone and twice as timeless. I made it back to the store and locked the door behind me, though I knew the gesture was meaningless. Whatever was happening out there operated by rules that had nothing to do with locks or doors or the thin barriers humans used to feel safe. I retreated to the back office and sat in the darkness, watching through the security monitors as the figure remained motionless beside pump number 4. The clock on the wall ticked toward dawn with agonizing slowness. I didn't call the police. I didn't call my manager. What would I tell them? That a man who smelled like rotting flowers had made broken machines come to life just by standing near them. That invisible fuel had been dispensed to nowhere, while meters spun through impossible calculations. As the first pale light of sunrise began to creep across the eastern horizon, I gathered enough courage to look at the security monitors one final time. The parking lot was empty. No trace remained of the night's visitor, no evidence of the mechanical symphony that had filled the darkness with its impossible music. But pump number 4's display was still glowing, total do. I never reported what happened that night. I turned in my resignation the following morning, citing personal reasons. The day shift manager found the broken meter scattered across the island and filed an insurance claim for vandalism. The security cameras, he said, had mysteriously malfunctioned during the night, showing nothing but static during the critical hours. 6 months later, I drive past Murphy's Gas on my way to a new job in the city. The pump island looks exactly as it always did, with one exception. Pump number 4 now bears a shiny new out-of-order sign, freshly printed and laminated. But sometimes when I pass by late at night, I swear I can see a figure standing beside it in the darkness, patient and still waiting for someone to come collect what the meters remember, what the pumps never forgot. And I wonder, as I accelerate past without stopping, whether the tanks are ever really empty, whether the meters ever truly stop turning, whether somewhere in the mechanical heart of every gas, pump numbers continue climbing toward a total that can never be paid, dispensing fuel that flows to nowhere and everywhere at once. The highway stretches ahead of me endless and dark, and in my rear view mirror the station. Lights grow smaller and smaller until they disappear entirely. But the questions remain following me through the night, like shadows cast by lights that never go out. What was he waiting for? What did he find? And why do I sometimes catch myself checking my fuel gauge obsessively, watching the needle drop toward empty, while something whispers in the back of my mind that the tanks are never truly full, the meters never truly stop, and somewhere in the darkness someone is always waiting to collect what was forgotten. I tell myself it was exhaustion, stress, the cumulative effect of too many lonely nights in a place where reality grew thin and imagination ran wild. But explanations feel hollow when you've seen the impossible with your own eyes, when you've watched broken machines spring to life and measure nothing with perfect precision. The city lights appear ahead, bright and welcoming and wonderfully mundanely real. But behind me, in the darkness, I'm leaving behind. I know that pump number 4 is still waiting, its display still glowing, with that eternal debt, total due. And somewhere in the night a man in a dark coat stands perfectly still, patient as stone, waiting for the next time someone comes to learn that some things stay broken precisely because they work too well. Story 8. The smell hit me first, mildew and something else, something sweet and rotten, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The Meridian Theater's backstage area stretched before me in the weak glow of my flashlight, all dust-covered props and hanging cables that swayed despite the absence of any breeze. The building manager had warned me about the place being old, but he'd failed to mention how the shadows seemed to move. Independently of my light beam, I'd been called in to fix the electrical panels after the previous contractor had simply walked off the job. No explanation, just abandoned his tools and never came back. The building manager, a nervous man named Henderson, had offered me double the usual rate. Should have been my first warning. The main power box hung open like a gaping mouth, revealing a tangle of wires that looked like they hadn't been touched since the Theater's heyday in the 1940s. Some genius had tried to modernize the system by splicing new cables into the old cloth-wrapped wiring, creating a fire hazard that would make any inspector weep. I set down my toolbox and began examining the mess, already calculating how many trips to the supply house this would require. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't there. When I'd walked in, I was certain of that. The concrete floor had been covered in decades of dust unmarked, except for my own boot prints. But now, leading from somewhere deeper in the backstage area toward the stage itself, was a trail of wet prints, not dripping wet but damp enough to leave clear impressions in the dust. Bare feet, adult-sized, with a distinct mark of someone walking on their toes, as if trying to move silently. I called out, thinking maybe Henderson had forgotten to mention a security guard or custodian. My voice echoed back empty, swallowed by Theater's cavernous space. The silence that followed felt expectant, as if the building itself was holding its breath. The practical part of my mind insisted I ignore the prints and focus on the electrical work. But something about their appearance, so fresh, so deliberate, made my skin crawl. I followed them with my flashlight beam, tracing their path as they led from the wings onto the stage proper. The Meridian stage was smaller than I'd expected, with a proscenium arch that framed the empty auditorium beyond rows of red velvet seats stretched back into darkness, their arms carved with ornate scrollwork. The wet prints continued across the stage, down the steps and into the center aisle of the theater. As I stood at the edge of the stage, my flashlight illuminating the path of prints, something shifted in my peripheral vision. A warm glow began to emanate from somewhere overhead. One by one, the stage lights were coming on, not all at once, like someone hitting a master switch, but sequentially, as if an invisible technician was bringing up each light individually. The fresnel spots warmed to life, their tungsten filaments painting the auditorium in ember, and gold follow spots swept across empty seats, with purposeful movement lingering on specific locations, as if tracking performers who weren't there. I fumbled for my phone to call Henderson but found no signal. The building's thick walls had always been problematic for cell reception, but the timing felt deliberate, as if the theater had cut off my connection to the outside world. The lights continued their choreographed awakening. A pin spot illuminated seat J14, bathing the red velvet in harsh white light. I watched, transfixed, as the seat cushion began to compress slowly and deliberately, as if someone was settling into it. The fabric creased. Naturally, the springs groaned softly under invisible weight. My rational mind offered explanations, old pneumatic systems settling building materials, tricks of light and shadow. but the cushion remained depressed, holding the perfect impression of a human form. Another light snapped on, this time targeting seat G7. Again, the cushion sank under unseen pressure, then F12, then K3. Each illuminated seat bore the weight of a phantom occupant, the upholstery conforming to bodies that cast no shadows. I backed toward the wings, my flashlight beam dancing erratically as my hands began to shake. The logical thing would be to leave to tell Henderson his theater had serious electrical problems that required a full rewiring by a larger crew. But something kept me rooted in place, a morbid fascination with the impossible scene unfolding before me. That's when I heard the first voice. It started as a whisper, barely audible above the electrical hum of the lighting system. A woman's voice speaking words I couldn't quite make out. The sound seemed to come from seat J14, the first one to show signs of occupation. The voice grew clearer, more distinct, repeating the same phrase over and over. The garden remembers what the house forgets. Other voices joined in, emanating from each illuminated seat, different tones, different ages, but all speaking the same cryptic dialogue. They weren't conversing with each other, but rather delivering lines as if rehearsing scenes from some unknown play. The cadence was off, the words stretched too long pauses in wrong places, as if the speakers had forgotten how to breathe. The garden remembers what the house forgets. They chanted in unison, their voices creating a discordant harmony that made my teeth ache. I found myself drawn deeper into the theater, following the wet footprints down the center aisle. The voices grew louder as I approached, though the seats remained visibly empty. The air grew thick and humid, carrying that same floral decay I'd smelled backstage, now mixed with something metallic and sharp. Midway down the aisle, I discovered a playbill tucked between seats. The paper was yellowed and brittle, but legible in the stage lights. The Meridian Theater presents The Garden House. It read a new drama by Margaret Ashworth, October 1531, 1953. Below the title, someone had written in red ink, "Cankled, do not perform." The voices around me shifted, now speaking different lines from what I assumed was the same play, fragments of dialogue about secrets buried in soil, about guilt that grows like weeds, about the price of keeping silent. The words seemed to bypass my ears, entirely resonating directly in my skull. I pulled out my phone again, desperate to document what I was experiencing, but the screen remained black, despite being fully charged. That morning, the building seemed to be creating its own electromagnetic field, disrupting anything that might connect me to the outside world. As I stood there in the center of the aisle, surrounded by invisible performers delivering their eternal lines, I became aware of a new sensation, the feeling of being watched not by the unseen occupants of the seats, but by something else, something that existed in the spaces between the lights. The wet footprints I'd been following had dried up somewhere around row H, but now I noticed new ones appearing at my feet, fresh prints still glistening, with moisture forming a circle around where I stood. They weren't my prints. These were still the bare feet I'd been tracking, but now they were multiplying, as if an entire cast of performers was gathering around me. Feet's heating system chose that moment to kick in, sending a blast of stale air through the auditorium. But instead of warmth, the air carried whispers, dozens of voices, all speaking at once, creating a wall of sound that made individual words impossible to discern. The only phrase that remained clear, rising above the chaos like a refrain, was the recurring line. The garden remembers what the house forgets. I tried to move back toward the stage, but my legs felt heavy, disconnected. The wet prints continued to appear in concentric circles around me, and I realized with growing horror that they were forming a perfect spiral pattern, like the arrangement of seats in some ancient amphitheater. The lights began to strobe, now creating a stroboscopic effect that made the empty seats appear to flicker between vacant and occupied. In the brief moments of darkness, between flashes, I caught glimpses of shapes, silhouettes that vanished. The instant the lights returned, the voices grew more insistent, more desperate, as if trying to communicate something vital. Through their repetitive dialogue, I forced myself to move, stumbling back up the aisle toward the stage. Each step felt like walking through deep water, the air itself seeming to resist my progress behind me. The voices rose to a crescendo, all speaking in unison. Now the garden remembers what the house forgets. The garden remembers what the house forgets. The garden remembers. The lights cut out, suddenly plunging the auditorium into absolute darkness. In the silence that followed, I heard something that chilled me more than all the supernatural theatrics, the sound of my own breathing echoing back from multiple locations throughout the theater, as if the building itself was breathing, with me matching my rhythm perfectly. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. When the beam finally cut through the darkness, the theater appeared normal again, empty seats, silent stage, no trace of the wet footprints. But the smell remained, that cloying mixture of decay and flowers and something else I hadn't noticed before, the scent of fresh earth, as if someone had been digging back in the wings. I gathered my tools with mechanical precision, trying not to think about what I'd just experienced. The electrical panel still hung open its tangle of wires, exactly as I'd left them, but now I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The new cables I'd been hired to install were already in place, expertly spliced into the old system with professional precision work. I hadn't done work that had been completed. While I stood in that auditorium, surrounded by voices and phantom footprints, I checked my watch and found that 3 hours had passed. Though my experience in the theater had felt like minutes, the afternoon sun was already fading beyond the windows, casting long shadows across the backstage area. As I prepared to leave, I found a business card tucked under my toolbox. The paper was the same yellow parchment as the playbill, and it bore a single line of text: Margaret Ashworth, playwright, the Garden House Theater Company. Below that, in the same red ink I'd seen on the playbill, some stories refused to end. I drove home in a daze, my mind struggling to process what had happened. The rational explanations came easily enough: old buildings settling, electrical surges causing equipment malfunctions, possible gas leak causing hallucinations. But the perfectly executed electrical work remained proof that something had occurred during those lost hours. That night I researched Margaret Ashworth and the Garden House. The information was sparse, buried in newspaper archives and theater journals from the 1950s. The play had indeed been scheduled for an October run in 1953, but had been abruptly cancelled after the dress rehearsal. The official reason given was creative differences, but the few surviving reviews of that final rehearsal described something disturbing. Audience members reported that the actors seemed to be performing different versions of the same play simultaneously, as if multiple scripts were being used. The dialogue made no coherent sense, with performers repeating certain lines obsessively while ignoring their cues. By the final act, the cast was apparently speaking in unison, delivering the same cryptic monologue about gardens and memory, while standing motionless on stage. Margaret Ashworth herself had disappeared shortly after the cancellation, leaving behind only the manuscript for the Garden House and a note stating that the play was never meant for living audiences. I never returned to the Meridian Theater. Henderson called several times asking about the electrical work, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him what had happened or what I'd apparently completed, without any memory of doing so. Eventually he stopped calling. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself humming a melody I don't recognize and fragments of dialogue surface in my mind. The garden remembers what the owls forgets. The words feel familiar on my tongue, as if I'd spoken them before in some other context, some other life. I've started avoiding old theaters entirely, but the feeling follows me anyway, that sense of being watched by invisible audiences, of performing in a play whose script I've never read. And sometimes, when I'm working alone in quiet buildings, I catch the faint scent of flowers and earth, and I wonder if the Meridian was really the end of the story or just the beginning of something larger. The wet footprints, I've come to understand, weren't leading me anywhere. They were marking where I needed to be. End story 9. The night shift at Meridian Industrial Complex had become my sanctuary of solitude, a place where time moved like thick honey, and the only sounds were the distant hum of machinery and my own voice cutting through the darkness. I'd been working security there for 8 months, walking the same perimeter routes, checking the same gates, marking the same checkpoints on my clipboard with mechanical precision. The isolation never bothered me. If anything, I craved it after spending my days navigating the chaos of city life. It was during those long hours between midnight and dawn that I'd started singing old Scout songs, mostly remnants from a childhood I barely remembered, but whose melodies had somehow survived the years. Taps, when the mood turned solemn. Cumbaya, when I needed something to fill the oppressive quiet home on the range. When homesickness crept in, despite having no real home to miss, my voice would carry across the empty parking lots and bounce off the corrugated metal walls of the warehouses, returning to me as a faithful echo exactly 1 second later, a constant companion in the vast emptiness. The echo had become part of my routine, as predictable as the sunrise. I'd grown to depend on it, timing my steps to its rhythm, using it to gauge distances and directions in the maze of buildings. It was reliable, mathematical, following the laws of physics with unwavering consistency. Until that Tuesday morning in October, when everything changed, the shift had started. Like any other, I'd clocked in at midnight, exchanged pleasantries with Rodriguez, who worked days, and begun my first perimeter walk. The autumn air carried a crisp bite that made my breath visible in small puffs, and the security of my routine settled around me like a familiar coat. By 3 a.m., I was halfway through my third circuit when I decided to sing This Old Man, a simple children's song that seemed appropriate for the childish comfort I found in hearing my own voice return to me. This old man. He played one. I sang my voice carrying clearly across the empty expanse. The echo came back immediately, not after 1 second, as it always had, not after the sound had time to travel to the nearest building and return immediately, as if the words had never left my mouth, as if some other throat had caught them at the moment of creation and thrown them back at me before they could escape into the night. I stopped walking, my boots scraping against the asphalt. The echo stopped too, but a fraction of a second later, creating an unsettling delay that made my skin crawl. I stood there in the orange glow of the security lights, trying to process what had just happened. The logical part of my mind offered explanations. Maybe I'd been walking toward a building, maybe the wind had changed, maybe I was just tired and imagining things. "Hello," I called out, more to test the echo than expecting an answer. "Hello" came back instantly, overlapping with my own voice. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I spun in a slow circle, scanning the shadows between buildings, looking for some explanation. The industrial complex spread around me in all directions, warehouses loading docks, empty parking lots stretching toward the fence line that marked the property's boundary. Nothing moved except the lazy drift of my breath in the cold air. I forced myself to continue walking, but the easy rhythm of my patrol had been shattered. Every footstep seemed too loud, every shadow too deep. I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, though I couldn't say what I expected to see. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that there had to be a simple explanation, that acoustic anomalies weren't supernatural events, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But when I reached checkpoint 7, near the eastern fence line, and sang the next verse, "This old man, he played too," the echo didn't just return immediately. It harmonized with me, two voices identical but slightly out of phase, creating an eerie resonance that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At once I stopped singing midline, my voice cutting off abruptly. The echo didn't stop, it continued the song alone, finishing the verse. I'd abandoned its tone, perfect and clear and utterly impossible. I stood frozen, listening to my own voice singing words I hadn't spoken, completing thoughts I hadn't finished. The sound seemed to circle around me, growing closer with each repetition, as if the source was spiraling inward from some vast distance. The echo had become something independent, something that no longer needed my voice to exist. This old man. He played 3. The echo sang, and I felt the words resonate in my chest as if I were speaking them myself. "Stop," I whispered, but the word came out in 2 voices, mine and its perfect duplicate. The echo began to move. I could track its progress by sound alone as it circled the perimeter of the complex, always staying just at the edge of visibility, always maintaining that impossible simultaneity with whatever sounds I made when it walked. It walked when I stopped. It stopped when I called out in frustration. It called back in perfect unison, creating a disorienting stereo effect that made me question whether I was really speaking at all. I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe there was someone else out there, maybe another security guard from a neighboring facility. Maybe someone playing an elaborate prank. But the voice was mine in every detail, the slight rasp from years of smoking, the northeastern accent. I'd never quite shaken, even the way I breathed between phrases. No one could mimic those subtleties so perfectly. The echo led me deeper into the complex, always staying just ahead, always just out of sight. I followed because I had no choice. It seemed to know exactly where I was going before I did, anticipating my movements with uncanny precision. The familiar layout of the facility began to feel foreign, as if the buildings had shifted slightly when I wasn't looking, as if the pathways had rearranged themselves according to some new geometry. As I walked, the echo began to change. It started to overlap itself, creating layers of my voice singing different songs simultaneously. I heard myself performing campfires, burning while simultaneously humming Michael Row the Boat Ashore and whistling Oh Susanna. The cacophony should have been chaotic, but instead it formed a strange harmony, as if all these songs had always been meant to be heard together. The sensation of being watched grew stronger with each step, not by human eyes, but by something vast and patient and incomprehensibly alien. I found myself walking faster, then jogging, then nearly running, as the echo kept pace with me effortlessly. The security lights cast long shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources, reaching toward me with dark fingers that disappeared. Whenever I looked directly at them, I realized I was being herded. The echo was guiding me toward a specific destination, using some inexplicable influence over my movements to drive me forward. Every turn I made felt predetermined, every choice already decided by forces beyond my understanding. The feeling of autonomy slipped away like sand through my fingers until I was little more than a passenger in my own body. The eastern fence line appeared ahead of me, chain link topped with razor wire, catching the orange glow of the security lights. I approached it slowly, my breathing heavy and ragged. The echo had grown quiet, reducing itself to a barely audible whisper that seemed to come from inside my own head. I could feel it there, a presence that had somehow found its way past my ears and taken up residence in the spaces between my thoughts. At the base of the fence, clearly visible in the soft dirt that had been churned up by recent rains, was a single footprint, my footprint. Judging by the distinctive tread pattern of my work boots, the print was fresh, so fresh that moisture still beaded in the deepest parts of the impression, as if it had been made only moments before. But the footprint pointed inward, toward the complex. I stared at it in growing horror, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The print clearly belonged to me, but it faced the wrong direction. If I had made that print, I would have been walking into the facility from the outside, but that was impossible. I had been inside the complex all night, had never left through any of the gates, had never even approached the fence line until now. I lifted my right foot and compared it to the print-perfect match down to the small nick in the heel where I'd stepped on a piece of broken glass. The week before, I placed my boot directly next to the impression and felt a wave of vertigo wash over me. They were identical, except for their orientation. It was as if I had somehow been walking backward through my own footsteps, retracing a path I had never taken. The echo whispered my name. Not the name on my security badge or paycheck, but the name my mother had called me before she'd given up on me entirely, the name I tried to forget, along with everything else about my childhood. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, from inside my skull and from the empty air around me, and it carried with it a recognition that made my blood freeze. I looked up from the footprint and saw him standing on the other side of the fence, maybe 20 feet away. Was a figure that might have been my reflection if reflections could exist without mirrors. Same height, same build, same uniform, same face. But this other version of me stood with his back to the facility, as if he had just finished walking out through the fence line that separated us. We stared at each other across the divide, two identical figures in a tableau that defied every law of physics and logic I'd ever known. He raised his hand in a slow wave and I found my own hand rising to mirror the gesture before I could stop myself. When he smiled, I felt my own lips curve upward. In response, he began to sing and I heard the words coming from my own throat, this old man. He played one. He played knick-knack on my thumb. The song continued, our voices perfectly synchronized across the impossible distance between us. But as we sang, I realized that I wasn't looking at another person at all. I was looking at myself, not a copy or a reflection, but literally myself, as if I had somehow been split in two and was now occupying both sides of the fence simultaneously. The other me began to walk backward, his footsteps perfectly aligned with the prints I was suddenly certain I would find leading away from the fence. With each step, I felt myself moving forward, our movements linked by some quantum entanglement that made no sense but felt as natural as breathing. As the distance between us grew, I began to understand the echo had never been returning from the buildings at all. It had been coming from him, from this other version of myself that existed just slightly out of phase with reality. Every night for 8 months, I had been singing to my own shadow, tarrying on a conversation with a part of myself that had somehow become unstuck from the normal flow of time and space. The facility around me began to shimmer and blur at the edges as if I were seeing it through water. The buildings remained solid, but their reality felt negotiable, subject to revision by forces I couldn't comprehend. I realized that I might have been walking through a dream all along, or that I had been asleep for much longer than I thought, or that the distinction between sleeping and waking had become meaningless. The other me reached a point where the shadows swallowed him completely, but his voice continued to carry across the distance, growing fainter but never quite disappearing. I stood at the fence line, staring at his footprints leading away into darkness, and tried to remember how long I had been working at Meridian Industrial Complex. 8 months, I was certain of that, but suddenly I couldn't remember what I had been doing before that, or how I had gotten the job, or where I lived when I wasn't walking these endless patrols. The memories felt thin and insubstantial, like echoes themselves, impressions of experiences that might never have actually happened. I looked down at the footprint, pointing inward, then at my own boots planted firmly in the soft earth. The logical explanation was right there in front of me, but my mind refused to accept it. If that print showed me entering the facility, and if I had never left, then what had been walking around inside for the past 8 months? What had been singing to the echo every night, following the same routes, checking the same checkpoints, marking time in an endless loop? The radio on my belt crackled to life, and I heard my own voice coming through the static, reporting an all clear from Sector 7, but I hadn't made that report. I was standing at the fence line, hadn't been near my radio in over an hour. The voice was mine, but it belonged to someone else or something else that was wearing my uniform and walking my routes and living my life with perfect fidelity. I tried to remember what I had been doing 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, an hour ago. The memories were there, but they felt secondhand, like stories someone had told me about myself rather than experiences I had actually lived. The more I tried to focus on them, the more they slipped away, leaving behind only the echo of their existence. The eastern fence stretched away in both directions, marking the boundary between what I had thought was real and what I was beginning to suspect was something else entirely. On one side lay the familiar complex with its predictable routines and comforting isolation. On the other side lay the unknown, the place where footprints led away into darkness and echoes went to die. I stood there as the night deepened around me, listening to the sound of my own voice reporting from sectors I wasn't visiting, singing songs I wasn't performing, living a life I wasn't sure I was actually experiencing. The echo had found its way home, but I was no longer certain which side of the fence that home was on, or whether there was any meaningful difference between the two. The only thing I knew for certain was that when my shift ended at dawn, someone who looked exactly like me would clock out and drive away in my car to an apartment I couldn't clearly remember, while someone else who looked exactly like me would remain behind to walk the perimeter and sing to the echoes. And tomorrow night I would return to do it all over again, because that's what echoes do. They repeat themselves endlessly, growing fainter with each iteration until they become indistinguishable from silence. The footprint in the soft earth pointed inward toward a facility I had never truly entered, marking the beginning of a journey I was only now realizing I had never actually taken. Story 10. The basement always felt like a separate world, cut off from the fluorescent buzz and mindless chatter of the store. About 43 steps down the concrete stairwell, past the peeling paint and rust stains that looked like dried blood in the dim emergency lighting, lay the stockroom where I spent most of my shifts. The air down there carried a perpetual chill that seemed to seep through the concrete walls, mixed with the musty scent of cardboard and the faint chemical tang of cleaning supplies. I'd been working these overnight inventory shifts for 3 months now, ever since the divorce left me needing the extra income. The solitude suited me. No customers asking where the damn ketchup was, no managers breathing down my neck about sales targets, just me, my metal cart, and endless rows of shelving that stretched back into shadows. The overhead bulbs couldn't quite penetrate. The cart itself was nothing special, standard issue with 4 wheels that had developed their own distinct rhythm over countless trips through these aisles. The front left wheel had a slight wobble that created a subtle thunk. Thunk as it rolled, while the back right squeaked with each rotation. After months of listening to it, I could identify my cart's sound signature from 3 aisles away that Tuesday night started. Like any other, I'd clocked in at midnight, grabbed my clipboard and scanner, and descended into my underground kingdom. The delivery trucks had been busy that day. Pallets of canned goods, cleaning products, and seasonal items crowded the receiving area near the freight elevator. My job was simple. Break down the pallets, load the cart, and distribute everything to its designated spot on the shelves. I started with the canned goods, stacking tomato sauce, green beans, and soup cans in the cart's wire basket. The familiar weight made the cart handle differently, heavier, more deliberate in its movements. As I pushed it toward Ice Isle C, the wheels settled into their usual pattern of sounds, a mechanical lullaby that had become the soundtrack to my nights. But something was different. As I rolled past the towering shelves of paper products, I became aware of another sound layered beneath my cart's familiar symphony. At first I thought it might be the building settling or perhaps the ventilation system cycling on. But as I stopped to stock the Campbell soup section, I realized the sound had a distinctly metallic quality, the unmistakable squeak and rattle of another cart moving somewhere in the basement. I paused, scanner in hand, and listened. The sound came from my right beyond the paper goods aisle, moving at roughly the same pace I'd been maintaining. One of the day shift guys must have left a cart down here. I reasoned, and the building's slight vibrations were causing it to roll on its own. Old buildings did strange things. I resumed my work, but the sound persisted. More unsettling was how it seemed to mirror my movements. When I pushed forward, the other cart rolled forward. When I stopped, it stopped. When I backed up to realign with a shelf, the echo of wheels moving in reverse drifted from the same area beyond the paper goods. The rational part of my mind cycled through explanations. Sound traveled oddly in basement. The concrete walls and metal shelving could create acoustic tricks, reflecting and distorting noise in unexpected ways. I'd heard my own voice echo strangely down here before bouncing off surfaces until it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. But this felt different, too precise, too synchronized. I decided to test it. Leaving my cart in the soup aisle, I walked toward the paper goods section, following the sound. The overhead lights here were spaced further apart, creating pools of illumination separated by stretches of dimness that made the towering shelves look like monoliths. My footsteps echoed with each impact against the concrete floor, but there was no sound of cartwheels. Now I reached the end of the paper goods aisle and peered around the corner. The adjacent aisle stretched empty before me, lined with industrial cleaning supplies and automotive products. No cart, no sign that anything had been moving there at all. Returning to my own cart, I found myself listening more intently as I resumed stocking. The moment I began pushing again, the parallel sound returned, wheels squeaking, metal rattling, the distinct thunk, thunk, thunk of a wobbly wheel that sounded remarkably similar to my own cart's front left tire. I tried varying my pace when I moved slowly, carefully, placing each can on its designated shelf. The other cart seemed to move slowly too. When I quickened my pace to finish the soup section, the parallel sounds accelerated to match. It was as if someone or something was deliberately mirroring my movements with mechanical precision. The basement suddenly felt larger and smaller at the same time. Larger because the darkness beyond each pool of light could conceal anything, and smaller because the walls seemed to press inward with each echoing sound that shouldn't exist. I changed aisles, pushing my cart toward the cleaning supply section. The other cart moved too, maintaining its parallel course on what should have been the empty automotive aisle. The sound had definitely followed me, tracking my movement with unnerving accuracy. Standing between shelves lined with bleach and floor wax, I called out into the darkness. My voice came back, altered, flattened by the concrete and distorted by the maze of metal shelving. No response came, except the subtle humming of the ventilation system and the distant buzz of fluorescent lights. I tried to convince myself that I was simply tired. Night shifts could mess with your head, especially after months of isolation. The mind could play tricks in environments like this, underground, poorly lit, filled with repetitive tasks that let thoughts wander into strange territories. Maybe I was projecting my own cart's sounds onto the ambient noise of the building, creating patterns where none existed. But when I started moving again, pushing toward the automotive section to see if I could spot the source of the parallel sounds, something happened that made my rational explanations crumble. I stopped abruptly in the middle of the aisle. The other cart didn't stop. I heard it continue for 2 more wheel rotations, its squeaking growing slightly louder before it too came to a halt. But in those brief moments it had been moving independently. No longer synchronized with my actions, my hands tightened on the cart's handle. The metal felt cold. Even through my work gloves, I could hear my own breathing, now shallow and rapid, mixing with the ambient sounds of the basement in a way that made everything seem unnaturally loud. I forced myself to move forward, entering the automotive aisle where the other cart should have been. Emergency lighting cast everything in harsh shadows, making the shelves of motor oil and car accessories look like abstract sculptures. I searched each section methodically, looking for any sign of movement or another cart, nothing. But as I turned to leave, I heard it again. Now, coming from the aisle. I just vacated the cleaning supplies aisle. The sound was moving away from me, wheels squeaking in a pattern I recognized because I heard it every night. It was my cart's pattern, my cart's exact acoustic signature down to the specific timing of the wobbling front wheel. I left my cart in automotive and hurried back to cleaning supplies. The aisle was empty, just as automotive had been. But now I could hear the sounds coming from further away, from the direction of paper goods. Always one aisle over, always just out of sight. The game of sonic hide-and-seek continued. For the next hour, I would track the sound to its source, find nothing, and then hear it emanating from wherever I'd just been. The pattern became predictable, almost mocking in its consistency. It was as if something was deliberately staying one step ahead of me, using the basement's layout to remain perpetually hidden. I tried to outmaneuver it. I left my cart in the middle of an aisle and quickly circled around through the main corridor, approaching the area where the sounds were coming from at a different angle. But by the time I reached the supposed location, the sounds had shifted again, maintaining their distance like a shadow that moved independently of its source. The worst part was how accurately it mimicked my cart. Every sound was correct, the squeak, the rattle, the rhythmic thumping of the damaged wheel. It was as if someone had recorded my cart's acoustic signature and was playing it back with supernatural precision, or as if there really was another cart down here, identical to mine in every mechanical imperfection. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, exhaustion began to blur the edges of my perception. The basement's fluorescent lights seemed dimmer, their buzz more pronounced. The shadows between aisles appeared deeper, more substantial. I found myself checking over my shoulder, constantly scanning the darkness for movement that never materialized. I decided to ignore the sounds and focus on my work. If this was some elaborate prank by the day shift crew, they'd get bored eventually. If it was my imagination, concentrating on tangible tasks might ground me back. In reality, I loaded my cart with boxes of laundry detergent and headed toward the household goods section. But ignoring the parallel cart proved impossible. Its presence had become too prominent, too insistent. It followed me through every aisle, matching my pace with mechanical determination. Sometimes it seemed to anticipate my movements beginning to roll before I'd even started pushing my cart. Other times it would continue moving after I'd stopped, as if whatever was controlling it had its own agenda. Beyond simple mimicry, the breakthrough came when I decided to test the sound's physical properties. If this was truly just acoustic reflection or some weird building resonance, it should behave according to predictable principles. I positioned my cart at the end of the household goods aisle and gave it a sharp push, sending it rolling freely down the concrete floor. The cart traveled about 20 feet before its momentum carried it into a display of paper towels. The impact made a distinct metallic crash as the cart's corner struck the lowest shelf, followed by the rustling of packages settling into new positions. From the parallel aisle came an identical crash. But when I ran to investigate, I found all the paper towel displays intact. Nothing had been disturbed. No cart sat among scattered packages. Yet I had heard the impact as clearly as I'd heard my own cart's collision. I checked my cart. Several paper towel packages had indeed been knocked to the floor. Their plastic packaging torn where the cart's metal edge had caught them, physical evidence of a real impact. But the parallel crash had left no trace. That's when I started to question whether the sounds were the only thing. That wasn't quite right. I returned to my cart and began restacking the fallen packages. As I worked, I became aware of a new sensation, the distinct feeling of being watched. It started as a subtle prickling at the back of my neck, the kind of awareness that kicks in when someone is staring at you from across a room. But there was no one else in the basement. I was alone with my cart and whatever was making the parallel sounds. The feeling intensified as I continued working. It felt as if something was observing me from just beyond the range of the overhead lights, studying my movements with predatory patience. When I turned to scan the surrounding aisles, the shadows seemed to shift and resettle as if something had just moved out of sight. I tried to rationalize the sensation. Extended isolation could create paranoid thoughts. The mind deprived of social interaction and stimulation might fabricate threats to maintain alertness. Night shift workers in solitary environments often reported similar experiences, the sense of invisible presences, sounds that shouldn't exist, movements glimpsed in peripheral vision. But rationalization became increasingly difficult when the parallel cart began to deviate from simple mimicry. Around 4 in the morning, as I was stocking bathroom tissue in the paper goods aisle, I heard the other cart begin moving without any input from me. I stood perfectly still, hands resting on a package of toilet paper, and listened as the invisible cart rolled through what sounded like a complete circuit of the basement. It moved with purpose, following the main corridor around the entire stockroom before returning to its parallel position in the adjacent aisle. When it stopped, I cautiously resumed my work. But now the cart seemed more active, more independent. It would start and stop at irregular intervals, sometimes moving while I was stationary, sometimes remaining silent when I expected it to mirror my actions. The pattern that had initially seemed so predictable had evolved into something more complex, more unsettling. I found myself matching my movements to its sounds rather than the other way around. When I heard it start to roll, I would begin pushing my cart when the parallel sound stopped. I would stop too, without realizing it. I had become the one doing the mimicking, following the lead of something I couldn't see or understand. The realization disturbed me more than the sounds themselves. I was adapting my behavior to accommodate something that might not even exist. Either I was responding to auditory hallucinations, which suggested a serious break from reality, or I was genuinely sharing the basement with something that defied logical explanation. Around 5 in the morning, with only 2 hours left in my shift, I decided to force a direct confrontation. I couldn't continue working under these conditions, jumping at every sound and constantly looking over my shoulder. Whatever was happening needed to be resolved. I positioned my cart at the intersection of 2 main aisles, directly under one of the brightest overhead lights. The parallel cart seemed to be in the adjacent aisle, just around the corner from my position. I could hear it clearly, the familiar squeak of wheels, the metallic rattle of the frame, the rhythmic thumping that matched my own cart's damaged wheel. Taking a deep breath, I called out, "I know you're there." The parallel cart stopped immediately. The basement fell into complete silence, except for the ambient sounds of the building, the ventilation system, the electrical buzz, the distant hum of machinery from somewhere above. But the cart's sounds had ceased entirely, as if whatever was controlling them was listening. I waited, counting my heartbeats in the silence. 30 seconds passed, then a minute. The parallel cart remained silent. Just as I was beginning to think I'd imagined the whole thing, I heard it begin to move again. But this time, instead of maintaining its parallel position, the sounds were getting closer. The cart was approaching the intersection where I stood. My hands gripped my cart's handle so tightly that the metal edges cut into my palms, even through my work gloves. The approaching sounds grew louder, more distinct. I could hear individual wheel rotations, now the specific timing of each squeak and rattle. It was definitely moving toward the corner where our aisles met. I stared at the intersection, waiting for the other cart to appear. The sounds indicated it was only a few feet away. Now, just around the corner, one more push and it would roll into view, ending the mystery of what had been following me through the basement all night. The sound stopped directly at the corner. I could hear breathing that wasn't my own. Shallow, measured breaths that seemed to come from exactly where the cart should be. But when I stepped forward to look around the corner, the adjacent aisle was empty. No cart, no person, no explanation for the sounds or the breathing. But something had changed in the air itself. The temperature seemed to have dropped several degrees, and there was a new smell, metallic and sharp, like the scent that lingers after welding or electrical sparks. The overhead light above the intersection flickered once, casting rapid shadows that made the empty aisle appear to with movement. I backed away from the corner, pulling my cart with me. As soon as I began moving, the parallel sounds resumed, but now they were more aggressive, more present. The other cart seemed to be pacing me, staying exactly parallel as I retreated deeper into the paper goods aisle. But then something happened that shattered what remained of my rational composure. I heard my cart hit something. The impact came from directly in front of me, a solid metallic collision that jarred my hands and sent vibrations up through the cart's frame. But my cart was moving through empty air. There was nothing in front of me except the open aisle and the far wall 20 feet away. Yet the collision was undeniably real. I felt it in my bones, heard the distinct sound of metal striking. metal experienced a sudden resistance as my cart's momentum was abruptly halted by an immovable obstacle. At the moment of impact, cans began falling, not from my cart. I looked down to confirm that my cargo was secure. The falling sounds came from the parallel aisle, a cascade of metal containers striking concrete with sharp ringing impacts. Can after can hit the floor in rapid succession, rolling and spinning, with the distinctive sounds of tomato sauce cans, soup cans, the various products I'd been stocking all night. I abandoned my cart and ran to the adjacent aisle following the sounds of the falling cans. The aisle was empty, but I could still hear them rolling across the concrete, dozens of them scattered across the floor by some violent impact, but there were no cans on the ground. The shelves stood perfectly organized, every product in its designated place. Nothing had fallen, nothing had been disturbed. Yet I could still hear the cans rolling, their metallic surfaces spinning against concrete in a gradually diminishing symphony of impacts. The sounds finally faded into silence, leaving me standing alone in an aisle that showed no evidence of the chaos I'd just heard. The fluorescent light above flickered again, and in that brief moment of darkness I thought I saw something at the far end of the aisle, a shape that might have been a cart or a person or something else entirely. When the light steadied, the aisle was empty again. I returned to my own cart, which sat exactly where I'd left it after the collision. But now I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was a new dent in the front corner of the cart's frame, a fresh scrape in the metal that definitely hadn't been there at the start of my shift. The damage was consistent with a head-on collision, as if my cart had struck something solid and immovable. But I had collided with nothing. I had felt the impact hurt. The collision experienced a jarring halt of momentum. My cart bore physical evidence of the crash, yet there had been nothing there to hit. I examined the dent more closely. Under the harsh fluorescent light, the metal was scraped down to bare steel with stress patterns that indicated a significant impact. This wasn't damage that could be explained by bumping into a shelf or dropping the cart. Something had hit my cart with considerable force, or my cart had hit something that shouldn't have existed. The remaining 2 hours of my shift passed in a haze of nervous energy and constant vigilance. I finished my assigned tasks, mechanically stocking the remaining products while listening for any return of the parallel cart sounds, but the basement had fallen silent, except for its usual ambient noise. Whatever had been following me seemed to have withdrawn, leaving only questions and a damaged cart as evidence of its presence. As 7 o'clock approached and the end of my shift neared, I found myself reluctant to leave, not because I wanted to continue experiencing whatever was happening in the basement, but because leaving would mean accepting that I might never understand what I'd encountered. The rational part of my mind still offered explanations: stress-induced hallucinations, acoustic tricks of the building, fatigue-related perceptual distortions. But the dent in my cart was real. The impact I'd felt was real. The sounds had been too precise, too specific to dismiss as mere imagination. I filled out my shift report, noting the products I'd stocked and their locations. In the section marked issues or concerns, I hesitated before writing cart damage during shift recommend inspection. I didn't mention the parallel sounds or the invisible collision. Who would believe such a report? More importantly, what would it mean for my job if I documented experiences that suggested psychological instability? As I pushed my damaged cart toward the freight elevator, I realized that the real horror wasn't what I'd experienced during the night. It was the knowledge that I would have to return tomorrow night and the night after that to work alone in a basement where the laws of physics seemed negotiable and reality itself was open to interpretation. The elevator arrived with its usual mechanical groan, and I pushed my cart inside as the doors began to close. I heard it one final time, the distinctive squeak and rattle of another cart approaching from somewhere in the basement depths. The sounds grew closer as the elevator doors sealed shut, cutting off my view of the stockroom. But just before the doors closed completely, I glimpsed something that made me question everything I thought I understood about what had happened during my shift. There, at the edge of the light, barely visible in the shadows between the shelves, was another cart identical to mine in every detail, down to the specific pattern of scratches and more marks. Even from a distance, I could see that its front corner bore a fresh dent that perfectly matched the damage on my own cart. The elevator began its ascent, carrying me away from the basement and back to the fluorescent normally of the store above. But the image of that other cart stayed with me, raising questions that had no comfortable answers. Had I been working alongside my own reflection, somehow caught in some strange loop of cause and effect that the basement's unusual acoustics had made manifest? Was the damaged cart I'd been pushing all night the same one I'd glimpsed in the shadows? And if so, what did that suggest about the nature of time and space in that underground labyrinth? Or was there really another person down there, someone working a parallel shift with identical equipment? And we'd been unknowingly mirroring each other's movements through the maze of shelves and corridors. The elevator reached the main floor and I emerged into the bright safety of the closed store. But as I clocked out and headed for the parking lot, I knew that none of these explanations would satisfy me. Tomorrow night I would descend those 43 steps again, push my cart through the same aisles and listen for the sounds that might or might not return. Because the most disturbing possibility was one I hadn't allowed myself to fully consider, that I was the parallel cart that somewhere in the basement, another version of me was stocking shelves and listening to the sounds of my cart with the same growing unease I'd experienced, that we were both real, both trapped in the same nocturnal routine, both unaware that we were sharing our underground world with our own reflection. The thought followed me out into the pre-dawn darkness where the normal world waited with its predictable physics and reliable cause and effect relationships. But I knew that when night fell again, I would return to the place where such certainties dissolved, where the sound of rolling wheels might echo back from dimensions I couldn't see or understand. And somewhere in that basement, my cart or another exactly like it would be waiting story 11. The smell hit me before I even pushed open the bathroom door. Disinfectant, sharp, clinical, but wrong, somehow too concentrated, like someone had dumped an entire bottle of industrial cleaner into the cramped space. I paused in the doorway, my hand still gripping the cold metal handle, and breathed through my mouth. Instead, after 15 years of night shifts at Mercy General, I thought I'd grown immune to the hospital's cocktail of antiseptic odors, but this was different. This made my sinuses burn and my eyes water. The bathroom hadn't been used in months. Hospital administration had sealed it off after the renovation budget got slashed, leaving this relic from the 1960s to gather dust while patients used the newer facilities down the hall. But tonight, making my rounds through the geriatric ward, I'd noticed the door standing. A jar protocol demanded I check it, even if it meant breathing that nauseating chemical fog. I flicked on the light switch. The fluorescent bulb stuttered to life, casting everything in that familiar sickly green tint that made even healthy people look corpse pale. The mirror above the cracked porcelain sink was fogged with condensation, despite the room feeling cold enough to see my breath. Strange, the heating had been shut off to this section weeks ago. The smell followed me as I backed out and pulled the door shut. It clung to my scrubs, my hair, the inside of my nostrils. I made a mental note to report the incident to maintenance in the morning, probably a broken pipe or chemical leak. But as I walked back toward the nurse's station, the odor seemed to intensify rather than fade. Mrs. Patterson in room 314 was sleeping peacefully when I checked on her, but I could swear the antiseptic stench had followed me inside. I adjusted her blankets and noted her vitals trying to breathe through my mouth, but the chemical burn in my throat was getting worse. When I stepped back into the hallway, I nearly collided with Dr. Hensley making his own late-night rounds. "Everything all right, Marcus?" he asked, noticing how I was rubbing at my nose. "You look like you've been crying." I explained about the bathroom, the overwhelming smell, but his expression remained neutral. "Professional," he suggested I might be coming down with something. Sinus infections could make people hypersensitive to odors. Maybe I should consider going home early, but I couldn't leave. Short-staffed, as always. My departure would mean Sarah had to cover the entire wing alone, and she was already pulling a double shift. So I accepted his explanation, took some ibuprofen from the supply closet, and continued my rounds. The smell faded over the next hour, enough that I almost convinced myself. Dr. Hensley was right. Sinuses stress too many consecutive night shifts. But when I passed that bathroom door again around 3 a.m., I could smell it seeping through the cracks like invisible smoke. This time I didn't hesitate. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The mirror was completely fogged. Now condensation beating and running down its surface in rivulets. But as I watched, the moisture seemed to shift, gathering in places thinning. In others, letters began to form in the fog, spelled out in the clear spaces where condensation had been wiped away. W-A-S-H-M-E. I stared at those words for a full 30 seconds, my heart hammering against my ribs. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead and somewhere in the walls, pipes groaned and settled, but the letters remained stark against the fogged glass. I reached out with a trembling finger and touched the mirror. The glass was ice cold and my touch left a clear streak through the condensation. The letters weren't etched or scratched, just areas where the fog had been disturbed, as if someone had written them from the other side. But that was impossible. This bathroom backed up against an exterior wall. I bolted from the room, my sneakers squeaking against the linoleum. As I hurried back to the nurse's station, my hand shook as I logged into the computer and tried to focus on charting, but the words kept floating in my vision. Wash me, written in condensation that shouldn't exist in a room without heat, in a space that had been sealed for months. Dr. Hensley was right. I was getting sick. Stress and exhaustion were making me see things, smell things that weren't there. I'd worked too many shifts without adequate rest and my mind was playing tricks on me. But the smell was back. It drifted down the hallway like a slow-moving tide, stronger than before. The chemical burn was so intense now that my eyes streamed tears and I could taste copper in the back of my throat. I looked around for the source, checking supply closets, storage rooms, anywhere that cleaning chemicals might be stored. Nothing. When I returned to the nurse's station, Sarah was standing by the medication cart, sorting pills into little paper cups. "Do you smell that?" I asked her. She looked up, nose twitching slightly. Smell, but the disinfectant odor was so strong I could barely breathe, but Sarah showed no reaction. She went back to her pill, counting, humming softly under her breath. "Marcus, you've been acting strange all night," she said without looking up. "Maybe you should take Dr. Hensley's advice and go home." But I couldn't leave, not now. Something was wrong here. Something beyond exhaustion or stress-induced hallucinations. I needed to understand what was happening before I could rest. I made my next round through the ward, checking on each patient, Mrs. Patterson, Mr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Chen, all sleeping peacefully. But as I moved from room to room, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Wet footprints, small puddles of clear liquid marked a path down the hallway, starting from nowhere and leading toward that sealed bathroom. The spots were roughly the size and shape of shoes spaced. Like someone walking with purpose, I knelt beside the nearest puddle and caught that familiar chemical smell concentrated enough to make me gag. The liquid was eating into the old wooden floor, leaving dark burn marks in the shape of footprints. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The footprints led directly to the bathroom door, which stood open again, despite my certainty that I closed it. The fluorescent light was on, casting that sickly green glow into the hallway. More letters had appeared on the mirror. "You cannot clean what you will not see." The words were larger, now more urgent, and the condensation seemed to pulse and shift. As I watched, the smell was overwhelming, burning my lungs. With each breath I staggered backward, but more puddles had appeared behind me, cutting off my retreat. The chemical burns in the floor formed a perfect circle around my feet. "What do you want?" I whispered to the empty room. The mirror began to clear, revealing not my own reflection, but something else entirely. A figure stood behind the glass, pale, indistinct but undeniably there. It raised one arm and pressed its palm against the inside surface of the mirror, leaving a handprint in the remaining fog. Then the lights went out. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The narrow beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the mirror empty. Now, no figure, no handprint, no condensation at all. Just my own terrified face staring back at me. But the smell remained. I ran from the bathroom down the hallway past the nurse's station where Sarah sat reading a magazine as if nothing had happened. The chemical burns in the floor were gone. The puddles had vanished. Everything was normal, except for the nauseating stench that seemed to emanate from my own skin. In the staff restroom, I scrubbed my hands until they were raw, but the smell only intensified. I splashed cold water on my face, gargled with soap, even changed into spare scrubs from my locker. Nothing helped. The disinfectant odor clung to me like a second skin. Dawn was breaking. When my shift finally ended, I stumbled out to the parking lot on unsteady legs, desperate for fresh air. But even outside, away from the hospital's recycled atmosphere, I could still smell. It still tasted the copper burn in my Hensley found me sitting in my car. 20 minutes later, windows down, gulping at the morning air. "Marcus, you never left." I tried to explain about the bathroom, the messages, the footprints, but the words came out jumbled and desperate. He listened with that same professional neutrality, then suggested I take a few days off stress, leave. Maybe see someone about the hallucinations. He was right. Of course, everything pointed to a breakdown, overwork, exhaustion, stress-induced psychosis, the mind playing elaborate tricks when pushed beyond its limits. There was no ghost in the mirror, no supernatural presence demanding to be cleansed, just a nurse who worked too many double shifts and couldn't tell reality from delusion anymore. But as I drove home through the quiet suburban streets, I caught sight of my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face was pale, my eyes bloodshot from the chemical irritation. And there, fogged on the glass behind me, from my own breath, new letters were forming. "Wash me, wash me, wash me." The words appear faster now, covering every reflective surface in my car, the side mirrors, windows, even the face of my watch. Always the same message, always in that same condensation that shouldn't exist. I pulled over and closed my eyes, pressing my palms against my temples. Psychotic break. That's what this was. Dr. Hensley would prescribe medication, recommend therapy, and eventually the hallucinations would fade. I'd return to work in a few weeks with a clean bill of mental health and a good explanation for my temporary instability. But when I opened my eyes, the smell was still there, still burning in my nose, my throat, my lungs, and in the reflection of my car's windshield, I saw my own face staring back, pale, terrified, and completely transparent. I could see right through myself to the empty passenger seat behind the hospital discharged me on medical leave the next day. Stress-related exhaustion. They said nothing that couldn't be fixed with rest and proper counseling. Dr. Hensley prescribed sleeping pills and the name of a good psychiatrist. Sarah brought me flowers and promised to cover my shifts until I felt better. Everyone was very understanding, very professional, very concerned about my mental health, but none of them could smell what I smelled. None of them could see what I saw. In every mirror, every window, every reflective surface I encountered, the messages were getting longer, now more detailed, appearing faster than I could wipe them away. Wash away the stains you cannot see. Cleanse what you refuse to acknowledge. The hands that hurt require cleaning. I stopped looking at mirrors altogether, covered them with towels. Avoided windows, kept my eyes down when walking past shop fronts. But the smell grew stronger each day and I began to notice other things. Wood footprints following me wherever I went, chemical burns appearing on floors. I'd never touched the taste of disinfectant in everything I ate or drank. The psychiatrist was very helpful. She explained how trauma and stress could manifest in elaborate hallucinations, how the mind sometimes created complex narratives to process guilt or anxiety. We talked about my years working in the hospital, the patients I'd lost, the mistakes I'd made. She suggested that my subconscious was demanding cleansing, penance for imagined sins. But I knew better. Whatever was happening to me wasn't originating from my mind. It was something else, something that had been waiting in that abandoned bathroom, growing stronger in the sealed darkness, something that had chosen me for reasons I couldn't understand, and it wasn't finished with me. Yet the messages are still appearing. Even now, as I write this account, I can see new words forming in the condensation of my bedroom window. Some stains never wash clean. Some guilt never fades. Wash me, wash me, wash me. Maybe the doctors are right. Maybe this is all in my head, an elaborate delusion brought on by stress and exhaustion. Maybe there never was a figure in the mirror. Never were chemical burns in the floor. Never was anything more supernatural than a tired nurse's overworked imagination. But if that's true, why can't I still smell the disinfectant burning in my nose? Why do the letters keep appearing no matter how many mirrors I cover? And why, when I look at my own reflection, do I sometimes see right through myself to whatever horror might be standing behind? The smell is getting stronger again. The message is more urgent, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the sound of water running, pipes groaning, and footsteps echoing down an empty hospital corridor. They're coming closer, and I still don't know what needs to be washed. Clean. Story 12. The fluorescent lights in the restaurant's dining room buzzed with a particular frequency that always made my temples throb. It was the kind of sound that burrowed into your skull and stayed there even after you clocked out and walked home through the empty campus streets. Tonight felt different, though. The buzz seemed louder, more insistent, like it was trying to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. I've been working at Enzo's for 3 semesters now, long enough to recognize the regulars, the troublemakers, and the ones who left their tables looking like crime scenes. But I'd never seen the couple who walked through the mahogany doors at exactly 9:47 p.m., 7 minutes before we stopped seating for the night. They moved with the kind of calculated elegance that money can't buy, only inherit. The woman wore a black dress that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and her companion's suit hung on his frame with tailored precision. Everything about them whispered old money, the kind that built university endowments and had buildings named after long dead-end relatives. What struck me most was how they looked at the restaurant, not with the appreciation of first-time diners or the casual familiarity of regulars, but with the clinical assessment of people conducting an inspection. Their eyes swept across the exposed brick walls, the hanging Edison bulbs, the carefully curated vintage photographs cataloging every detail with uncomfortable intensity. The woman's gaze found mine across the dining room and I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Her smile was perfect, practiced, and completely empty. "Table for 2, she said. When I approached, though, it sounded more like a statement of fact than a request. Her voice carried a strange quality, as if it was being transmitted from somewhere far away. I led them to table 14, a corner booth with burgundy leather upholstery and a view of the kitchen service window. The man hadn't spoken yet, but I could feel his attention like a weight on my shoulders when I handed them menus. His fingers brushed mine and they were impossibly cold, not just cool, but cold in a way that suggested circulation had stopped long ago. They ordered without looking at the menus, filled, mignon, medium rare, with seasonal vegetables. When I asked about wine, the woman simply said red, as if the specific vintage was irrelevant. There was something performative about the entire interaction, like they were playing roles in a script I hadn't been given. As I turned to leave, the woman spoke again. "We'd like to store our coat in your storage area." I paused, confused. "Our coat rack is right by the entrance, or I could hang it in the back near the storage area," the man said, speaking for the first time. His voice was deeper than I'd expected, with an accent I couldn't place where you keep the cleaning supplies. The request was so specific, so unusual, that I found myself nodding before I could think of a reason to refuse. The cleaning supply closet was tucked behind the kitchen, a cramped space filled with industrial disinfectants, mop buckets, and cases of toilet paper. It smelled of bleach and something else, something organic and slightly sweet that I'd never been able to identify. The woman handed me a coat that was heavier than it looked, made from some dark material that seemed to shift color in the restaurant's amber lighting. As I carried it toward the storage room, I could have sworn I felt something move in the pockets, a subtle shifting that made my skin crawl. The closet door stuck when I tried to open it, resistant in a way it had never been before. When it finally gave way, the familiar smell hit me with unusual intensity, mixed now with something that reminded me of wet earth after rain. I hung the coat on makeshift wood fashioned from a bent wire hanger and, as I did, I noticed the fabric felt warm to the touch, as if it had been recently worn, despite the October chill outside. The rest of their meal proceeded without incident, though I found myself checking on them more frequently than necessary. They ate in near silence, cutting their food with mechanical precision and chewing with identical rhythm. Neither of them touched their wine, but the glasses gradually emptied anyway, the burgundy liquid seeming to evaporate in the warm restaurant air. Other customers came and went, a few late-night students grabbing coffee and dessert, a young couple celebrating something with champagne, a businessman working through pasta and phone calls. Normal people living normal lives, creating the comfortable background noise that made restaurants feel alive. But somehow the presence of the couple in table 14 seemed to muffle all of it, creating a pocket of stillness that made the air feel thick and hard to breathe. When they finished eating, they sat back in their booth and waited, not in the way people wait for the check or for their conversation to wind down, but with the patience of people who had nowhere else to be and all the time in the world to get there. The woman's hands rested on the table, her fingers drumming a complex pattern that reminded me of Morse code, though I couldn't decipher any meaning from the rhythm. At 11:30, they finally asked for their coat. I retrieved it from the storage closet, where it had somehow managed to accumulate a thin layer of dust, despite being there for less than 2 hours. The woman accepted it without comment, draping it over her arm with the same theatrical precision she'd displayed all evening. They paid in cash, leaving exact change plus a 20% tip calculated to the penny. No words of thanks, no pleasantries about the food or service, just the quiet efficiency of people completing a transaction. As they walked toward the exit, I noticed they cast no reflection in the mirror column near the door, though that could have been a trick of the lighting or my tired eyes playing games. After a long shift, the door closed behind them with the soft chime of the entry bell, and immediately the restaurant felt different. The air seemed lighter, the fluorescent buzz less intrusive, as if some oppressive presence had been lifted. I found myself taking deep breaths, only then realizing how shallow my breathing had become during their visit. I finished my closing duties with unusual speed, eager to get home and forget about the strange couple and their inexplicable request. As I hung up my apron in the staff area, I felt something crinkle in the pocket, something that definitely hadn't been there when I'd started my shift. My fingers closed around a small piece of paper, and when I pulled it out, my blood turned to ice water in my veins. It was a dry cleaning ticket, yellow with age increased, as if it had been folded and unfolded many times. The printing was faded but still legible, Richmond Cleaners across the top, followed by a claim, number, and date. But it was the date that made my hands shake. Tomorrow, October 15th, and written in the time field in handwriting that looked disturbingly like my own, was 11:30 p.m., exactly when my shift was scheduled to end tomorrow night. The rest of the information was equally impossible. The customer name read in Whitmore, a name that meant nothing to me, but beneath it someone had written my address in the same shaky handwriting that my campus address, and my childhood home, 3 states away, a place I hadn't lived in for 2 years. I stared at the ticket until the words began to blur, trying to make sense of how it could have ended up in my apron pocket. The couple had never been near the staff area, never had any opportunity to plant something in my clothing, and how could they have known my address, let alone an address I hadn't given to anyone at the university? The paper felt wrong in my hands, too warm and slightly damp, as if it had been carried close to someone's skin for a long time. When I held it up to the light, I could see watermarks in the yellow paper shapes that looked almost like faces, though that could have been my imagination running wild after a long night of strange interactions. I should have thrown it away. Every rational instinct screamed at me to crumple up the impossible ticket and drop it in the nearest trash can. Instead, I found myself folding it carefully and slipping it into my wallet, where it seemed to pulse against my hip like a second heartbeat. As I walked home through the empty streets, sleep was impossible. I lay in my narrow dorm bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to my roommate's steady breathing, trying to convince myself that the whole evening had been an elaborate prank or a stress-induced hallucination. But the ticket remained real, a physical object I could touch and examine, its edges growing softer and more worn with each handling. By morning, I developed a dozen theories. Maybe the couple were theater students practicing some kind of performance art. Maybe they were psychology majors conducting an experiment on suggestion and perception. Maybe I was having some kind of breakdown brought on by midterm stress and too many double shifts. None of the theories explained how they'd gotten my address or how they'd known I would be working until 11:30 the following night, or how they'd managed to plant the ticket without ever coming near my apron. But theories were all I had, so I clung to them like lifelines as I dragged myself through my morning classes. I considered calling in sick to work, but the thought of losing a night's tips before midterms made the decision for me. Besides, what were the chances the couple would return? They'd gotten what they wanted, whatever that was, and there was no reason to expect them back. I was wrong. They arrived at exactly 9:47 p.m., walking through the door with the same measured elegance as the night before. The woman wore the same black dress, the man the same perfectly tailored suit. They requested the same table, ordered the same meal, and made the same impossible request about storing their coat in the cleaning supply closet. This time I was ready for them. I'd spent the day researching Richmond Cleaners only to discover that no such business existed anywhere within 100 miles of campus. I'd practiced excuses for refusing their storage, request rational explanations about health codes and restaurant policy that should have sent them to the coat rack, like normal customers. But when the moment came, when the woman looked at me with those empty eyes and asked about the storage area, I found myself nodding again. My mouth moved without conscious direction, agreeing to hang their coat in the same cramped closet, where it would absorb the smell of bleach and an unidentifiable organic like sweetness. The coat felt different this time, lighter as if it was hollow inside, but somehow more alive. As I carried it toward the storage room, I could have sworn. I heard whispers coming from within the fabric, too quiet to understand, but urgent in their tone. The closet door opened easily, this time swinging wide as if it had been waiting for me. Inside, the smell was stronger, more complex. Beneath the familiar chemical tang of cleaning supplies, I detected notes of old paper, wet leaves, and something that reminded me uncomfortably of the interior of a coffin I'd seen at my grandfather's funeral. The coat seemed to hang itself on the wire hook, settling into place with a satisfied sigh of something returning home. The evening proceeded exactly as it had the night before. The couple ate in methodical silence, their wine glasses emptying without being touched, their presence creating that same pocket of oppressive stillness. Other customers moved through their normal routines, but I found it increasingly difficult to focus on anyone else. My attention kept being drawn back to table 14, where the couple sat like mannequins waiting for someone to wind their clockwork hearts. At 11:30, they asked for their coat again. This time, when I entered the storage closet, I noticed something new, other coats hanging on hooks that hadn't been there before, dozens of them in various styles and colors, all carrying the same faint smell of old paper and wet earth. But when I blinked and looked again, they were gone, leaving only the couple's dark coat hanging alone on its wire hook. I retrieved it with hands that shook. Despite my efforts to stay calm, the fabric felt room temperature, now completely normal. But as I handed it to the woman, our eyes met and I saw something that made my knees weak for just a moment. Her pupils seemed to expand until they consumed her entire eye, creating bottomless black holes that reflected nothing and absorbed everything. They paid and left exactly as they had the night before, but this time I was waiting. When they reached the door, I watched carefully for their reflection in the mirror column, ready to confirm or deny what I thought I'd seen. But as they passed the mirror, something even more disturbing happened. Their reflections appeared normal, perfectly ordinary, but they lagged behind their movements by a fraction of a second, like a badly synchronized movie. After they left, I checked my apron pocket immediately. Another ticket identical to the first, except for one detail. The date now read October 16th. Still at 11:30 p.m., still with my childhood address written in handwriting that looked increasingly like my own. The pattern continued for the rest of the week. Every night at 9:47, the couple would arrive and request the same table. Every night they would order the same meal and ask to store their coat in the cleaning supply closet. And every night I would find another ticket in my apron pocket, each one dated for the following day, each one adding another layer to the growing dread that had taken up permanent residence in my chest. By the fifth night I was barely functional, my hands shook constantly, I'd lost weight, I couldn't afford to lose, and my roommate had started asking questions about the dark circles under my eyes. I considered quitting, telling my manager about the strange customers and their impossible requests, but I knew how it would sound. Crazy stressed the ramblings of a college kid who couldn't handle a simple restaurant job. That night I decided to break the pattern. When the couple made their request about the coat, I would refuse. I would stand firm, follow normal procedures, and send them to the coat rack like rational customers. It was a simple plan and it should have worked. But when 947 came and went without the couple appearing, I felt no relief. Instead, a new kind of terror settled over me, deeper and more primal than anything I'd experienced during their visits. The restaurant felt wrong without them, like a play where the lead actors had missed their entrance. The other customers seemed flat and insubstantial. Their conversations muffled as if heard through thick glass. At 10:15, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I walked to the cleaning supply closet and opened the door, telling myself I just needed to check inventory or organize the shelves. But I knew the real reason. I needed to see if their coat was there hanging on its wire hook, waiting for them to return. The closet was empty, except for the normal supplies, but the smell was stronger than ever. And there, hanging on the floor like it had fallen from an invisible hook, was another dry cleaning ticket. This one was different from all the others, older, more yellowed, with edges that crumbled when I touched them. The date was from 30 years ago, but the address was still mine, still my childhood home. The customer name read, Employee of the Month, and in the special instructions section someone had written a single word in red ink, ready. I don't remember dropping the ticket, but I must have, because when I looked down it was gone. In its place, the restaurant's computer system was printing receipt after receipt, each one identical to the tickets I've been finding in my pocket. The printer ran out of paper, but it kept trying to print, making mechanical clicking sounds that echoed through the empty restaurant like bones rattling in a box. I reached over to turn off the machine, and that's when I saw the final ticket. It was different from all the others printed on the restaurant's normal receipt paper instead of the yellow dry cleaning forms, but the information was the same, my address. Tomorrow's date, 11:30 p.m. Only. This time, instead of a customer name, it simply read, "Delivery confirmed" in large block letters. I tore the paper from the machine, and as I did, something impossible happened. Every screen in the restaurant, the point of sale terminals, the kitchen display monitors, even the digital clock above the coffee station flickered and went dark. For a moment, the entire building was silent, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, one by one, the screens came back to life, but instead of their normal displays, they all showed the same thing, a single line of text that repeated endlessly across every monitor in the building. "Thank you for your service. Please proceed to the designated pickup location." I'm writing this in my dorm room, though I'm not sure why my shift ended 3 hours ago. But I can still smell bleach and wet earth on my clothes. The ticket is in my wallet, growing warmer by the hour, and I can feel it pulsing against my hip like a countdown timer. Tomorrow night at 11:30, I'm supposed to finish my shift and go home, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think I'm going to find myself walking to an address I haven't lived in 2 years, carrying something that belongs to people who might not exist, following instructions I never agreed to receive. The strangest part is that I'm not fighting it anymore. The terror is still there, but it's mixed with something else now, a kind of resigned curiosity about what happens next. Maybe that's what they were counting on all along. Maybe that's how they've always done it, wearing down their chosen employees, one ticket at a time until resistance becomes impossible. My roommate is asleep and the dorm is quiet, except for the usual sounds of students living their normal lives. But I can hear something else now, something that wasn't there before, the soft chiming of the restaurant's doorbell, even though I'm 3 miles away from Enzo's. It's getting louder, more insistent, and I think it's calling me back. I need to go now. The ticket in my wallet is burning hot and I can smell cleaning supplies everywhere, even here in my small room with its cement walls and industrial carpeting. I can see my reflection in the window, but it's moving just a fraction of a second behind my actual movements, and I think I understand now what that means. Tomorrow someone new will start working the night shift at Enzo's. They'll be young and eager to please, probably a student who needs the money for textbooks and rent. And sometime soon, maybe next week or next month, an elegant couple will walk through the mahogany doors at exactly 9:47 p.m., 7 minutes before the restaurant stops seating for the night. They'll request a table in the back, order felminium, rare, and ask to store their coat in the cleaning supply closet. And the new employee will agree, because that's what we always do. That's what we're supposed to do. The chiming is getting louder now and I can see headlights outside my window, even though it's past midnight and the campus road should be empty. I think my ride is here. I just hope whoever replaces me is better at breaking patterns than I was story 13. The first time I heard it, the sound crawled up my spine like ice water, finding every vertebrae, sharp, metallic, insistent, a vintage alarm clock from decades past, the kind that could wake the dead with its mechanical fury. But here's the thing, I was standing in container 47. And container 47 was supposed to be empty. The shipping yard stretched around me in the pre-dawn darkness, rows of steel boxes stacked like dominoes against the horizon. My flashlight beam cut through the humid air, revealing nothing but corrugated walls and a faint smell of rust. Yet that alarm kept shrieking somewhere in the darkness ahead of me. I'd been working security at Meridian Shipping for 8 months, walking these same routes, checking these same containers. Nothing ever happened here. Nothing ever could happen here. Just metal boxes filled with automotive parts, electronics, sometimes nothing at all. But that sound, it belonged in a different century in someone's grandfather's bedroom, not echoing through the hollow chambers of industrial cargo. My boots clanged against the metal flooring as I moved deeper into the container. Following the sound, the beam of my flashlight danced across empty space until it found what shouldn't have been there, a small digital device mounted on the far wall, red numerals glowing like angry eyes. The vintage alarm sound was coming from speakers built into its sides, but the display showed something that made my stomach drop. 11:47 p.m. My watch read 2:23 a.m. I reached for the device, my fingers finding a simple switch on its side. The alarm cut off instantly, leaving behind a silence so complete it felt solid. But the digital display didn't reset to zeros or flash 12D like you'd expect. Instead, those red numbers began counting backward. 11:46, 11:45, 11:44. The rational part of my brain started cataloging explanations, malfunctioning equipment, some kind of timer counting down instead of up, pranked by the day shift guys, though God knows why anyone would haul vintage alarm equipment into an empty container for a joke. But my hands were shaking as I wrote the incident on my log and I couldn't explain why. The next 3 hours passed without incident. I completed my rounds, checked the perimeter, sat in the security shack drinking coffee that had gone cold while I wasn't paying attention. My report noted equipment malfunction in container 47. Investigated and resolved, though resolved felt like the wrong word entirely. At 5:45 a.m., as the first pale light began creeping across the yard, the alarm sounded again. This time I was in container 23, halfway across the facility. The sound carried impossibly well through the humid air, that same mechanical shriek that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones. I ran toward container 47, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as my feet pounded against gravel and concrete inside. The device showed 11:32 p.m., 15 minutes further back than before. I turned off the alarm again, watching those red numbers crawl backward like time itself was bleeding. In reverse. This time I tried to remove the device, but it was bolted to the wall with industrial grade hardware. I photographed it with my phone, though the pictures came out strangely blurred, the numbers appearing as red smears against the darkness. When I returned to the security shack, my coffee cup was full again. Steam rose from its surface in lazy spirals, as if I just poured it moments before. But I distinctly remembered drinking it down to the dregs, remembered the bitter taste of grounds at the bottom. I stared at that cup for a long time, watching the steam dissipate before pouring the contents down the sink with hands that trembled more than they should have. The third time came 2 hours later, at 7:30 a.m., just as the day shift was arriving. Jerry walked into the shack as I was writing my report, his cheerful morning energy grating against my nerves like sandpaper. "Hell of a thing," he said, hanging his jacket on the hook by the door. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him about the alarm, about the backward counting clock, about the coffee that had somehow refilled itself. Instead, I just handed him the night's incident reports and headed for my car. But as I reached for my keys, I found them hanging on my belt, though I could have sworn I'd left them on the desk. At home, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the familiar sounds of my neighborhood waking up, children heading to school, dogs barking, the distant hum of traffic building toward rush hour. Normal sounds, reassuring sounds, but underneath it all I kept hearing the mechanical shriek count, seeing those red numbers crawling backward through time. I called in sick for my next shift, told my supervisor I had food poisoning, needed a day to recover. He grumbled about short notice but approved it. I spent the day researching temporal anomalies, electromagnetic fields, anything that might explain what I'd experienced. The internet offered plenty of theories about time dilation and quantum mechanics, but nothing that applied to alarm clocks and empty shipping containers. When I returned to work, 2 nights later, container 47 was gone. Shipped out yesterday. Jerry told me when I asked bound for somewhere in Eastern Europe, I think, why I made up something about a maintenance issue. I'd forgotten to log, but Jerry was already moving on to other topics. That night I walked the entire yard twice, checking every container, looking for any trace of the device. Nothing, just the usual cargo manifests and bill of lading, paperwork that made up the tedious backbone of international shipping. But 3 weeks later it started again. Container 81, this time newly arrived from Singapore. The same vintage alarm sound. The same impossible backward counting display. This time it read 10:15 p.m. When I found it at 3:30 a.m., almost 5.5 hours. In reverse, I tried everything I could think of, disconnected the power source. The device kept running, covered it with a tarp. The sound penetrated. Anyway, called my supervisor to report it. My phone showed no record of the call. a camera to document everything, but the footage showed only empty container walls and my own voice talking to nothing. The pattern established itself over the following months. Different containers, always newly arrived or about to ship out. Always that same device mounted in precisely the same position on the far wall. Each time the alarm sounded, the display showed increasingly distant times. In the past, each time I experienced small impossibilities, objects returning to previous positions, conversations I'd forgotten, suddenly playing out word for word again, the taste of meals I'd eaten hours earlier. Returning to my mouth, I started keeping detailed logs of everything: times, locations, the exact minute displayed on each device. I documented every cup of coffee that refilled itself, every set of keys that moved without explanation, every conversation that repeated like a broken record. The logs filled 3 notebooks written in my own handwriting, though I couldn't remember writing half of it. The worst part wasn't the impossibility of it all. The worst part was how it started to feel normal. I'd catch myself checking my watch against the backward counting display as if the device was keeping the correct time when the rest of the world had gotten it wrong. I'd pour coffee and immediately forget drinking it, then act surprised when the cup was full again. I'd have conversations with Jerry or the other guards that felt like repetitions of conversations we'd had before, though neither of them seemed to notice. 6 months in the display showed 3:17 p.m. on a device I found at 2:45 a.m. the next day, more than 11 hours in reverse. That night I watched my dinner cook itself backward on the stove, ingredients separating and returning to their original containers. I sat at my kitchen table and ate a meal I hadn't prepared, tasting flavors that belonged to yesterday afternoon. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked younger, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed the gray creeping into my temples had retreated slightly. The lines around my eyes seemed shallow when I smiled. I looked like myself from several months ago back, when I'd first started working at shipping. I stopped calling in sick. What was the point? Time was flowing in all directions now, and my presence or absence seemed to make no difference. I'd show up for shifts. I'd already worked walk routes. I'd walk before write reports that documented events that hadn't happened yet. The devices multiplied. Container 47 returned, then disappeared, then returned again. Sometimes I'd find 3 or 4 in a single night, all counting backward at different rates, all shrieking a mechanical alarm at carefully orchestrated intervals. The sound became a soundtrack to my life, as constant and inevitable as my own heartbeat. I started to understand that the containers weren't random. They were all connected to me, somehow carrying cargo that existed in the spaces between moments, between the time I'd experienced and the time I was experiencing again. Each device was counting down to something or counting back from something, measuring the distance between who I was and who I had been. Last week I found a device reading 11:47 p.m., the exact same time as the very first one 8 months ago. When the alarm sounded, I didn't turn it off. I stood there listening to that mechanical shrieking, watching those red numbers crawl backward, wondering if they'd eventually count all the way back to before I'd ever heard the sound at all. The coffee in the security shack is always hot. Now my keys appear wherever I need them. Jerry greets me every morning with the same cheerful energy, having the same conversations we've had before, though sometimes I answer differently just to see if anything changes. It doesn't. The only thing that changes is me growing younger and more confused with each background. Sometimes I catch myself in mirrors and windows seeing a man I barely recognize, someone who looks like he's never worked a day of security in his life. The gray in my hair is almost gone now. The calluses on my hands from 8 months of industrial work have faded to nothing tonight. I'm writing this in a notebook that may or may not exist tomorrow or yesterday. The distinction doesn't seem important anymore. The alarm is sounding somewhere in the distance, the familiar mechanical shriek that's become more comforting than disturbing. Soon I'll walk out into the shipping yard following the sound to whichever container houses. The next device, the display, will show another impossible time, counting backward towards some moment I've forgotten or haven't experienced yet. I'll reach for the switch to turn off the alarm, and for just an instant I'll remember what it felt like to believe that time only moved in one direction. Then I'll forget again, and the cycle will continue. And somewhere in the space between memory and anticipation I'll exist exactly where I always have in the backward hours, where the only constant is change, and the only change is the slow unwinding of everything I thought I knew about. When I am, the coffee is getting cold. I should pour a fresh cup, though by tomorrow it will be hot again and I'll wonder why I was worried about it cooling in the first place.